It was 1814. The British came ashore. They burned our capital city, and they sailed for Baltimore. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer with a flag inside his heart. He sailed out to the British ship to plead for a prisoner's release in the dark. They kept him aboard through the night as the cannons roared loud. The rocket's red glare lit the sky over Fort McHenry's proud. All through that long and fearful night, he watched with aching eyes, wondering if our flag still stood beneath those bursting bombs in the sky. By the dawn's early light, through the perilous fight, that star-spangled banner still waved in the morning light. Oh, say, can you see what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Our banner prevailed. 250 years later, we still sing that song of the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we belong. When morning broke on September 14th, that flag was still there, 31 feet by 42, tattered but proud in the air. Key pulled an old letter from his pocket and wrote on the back the words that would echo through history from that faithful attack. By the dawn's early light, through the perilous fight, that star-spangled banner still waved in the morning light. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? 250 years of freedom, we still stand tall for the nation that answered when liberty called. From that fort in Baltimore to every battlefield since, that song became our anthem through triumph and through pain. It carried us through world wars, through struggles and through tears, a reminder of the price that was paid for all these years.
Hello, hello, bloody hell. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Bloody hell. I sound like Richard Dawson on the Family Feud, right before he started slobbering on all the women. So yeah, there you go. So how's everybody doing tonight? Something playing on the TV in here really low, and I obviously can't leave that on. All right. So there we go, and there we are. I like to put the show up there so I can see the return on the big screen, what it looks like on TV. All right. One good thing about being in here, it gives me that big screen up there. I can put the show on. Yeah, is there trolls tonight? I ended up on another stream earlier, and I don't even know who it was. Somebody sent me a link, and I went over there, and it was live, and man, it was deranged in there. There was like far left and far right people all in the same chat room, and I didn't even get involved. It was like it was deranged, and you had people, you had your typical freako leftists in there yelling, "Violence is up 4 times since the Republicans took over," and I'm thinking, yeah, but the Democrats are doing all the violence, and it's actually down. But the Democrats do most of the violence, so if anybody's going to talk about violence, I guess it should be you Democrats. Anyway, this is the Sights and Sounds of Earth. My name's Ian. Thank you for joining us tonight on StarShip Adventures. We are broadcasting worldwide on YouTube, the world's largest broadcast platform. And as I say every night, we're glass all the way to Al Gore's house. So we get great internet. Okay, yeah, we'll get to the fires. A really big shoe. That would be, yeah. All right. The Cool Cat mini split. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Yeah. Yes, I loved Hogan's Heroes. I watched a thing the other day. I mentioned this a few days ago, but I won't stick on it for more than 2 minutes. But I watched a thing the other day about all of the people on there, and of course, there's some stories, you know. And the guy that played Hogan, he had a very interesting life too, and was murdered. But there's very interesting facts, like the guy that plays Klink, and the guy that plays Schultz, and the guy that plays Genital Bullcoulter. All 3 of them actually were Jews. They're all Jews. And they agreed to play those parts provided they made fun of the Germans in every episode. And so that's kind of what led that show to be so zany and crazy, was they literally would only do the show and portray Germans if they could do it in such a way. Hold on, let me turn that down. If they could do it in such a way that it wouldn't be, that it would make fun of the Germans always. And they did it. The guy that played Klink, a very good actor, he actually was typecast, unfortunately, but before he played in Hogan's Heroes, he played a German that went through the Nuremberg trials in a movie, I think, about the Nuremberg trials. So, very versatile actor, and ended up getting typecast as an idiot, unfortunately. It happens. They told Tom Hanks not to do Forrest Gump, that he would get typecast as an idiot, but then again, it's Tom Hanks. You don't typecast Tom Hanks. Anyway, yeah, Bob Crane was a bit of a freak. He was one of the first people out there to own his own private video camera system. I mean, and he spent top dollar for it. I actually used one of the same systems that he had, the same type of system, early on in my elementary school, in 3rd grade. They came to me and got me out of class and brought me up to the office and told me I wasn't in trouble, because I immediately assumed I was in trouble, even though I never did anything to get in trouble. Anyway, so I get to the office, and they're like, "We want to show you something." And they showed me this camera, and it had this big, huge cable that came down, and it was a big, huge camera with a handle that came out in the front with controls on it, a big, huge camera lens that you could adjust. and it was a huge camera, and it had a bundle of 3 different big cables that came out of the camera and went down. They were about 8 foot long, and you had to kind of hook it on this thing on your back so that it didn't drag on the ground. And then there was this big, huge case you wore around, what I call tricorder style, around your neck. And that case was 45 pounds or some shit. It had a huge strap. And that had the battery on the bottom, and it had the 35 millimeter magnetic tape drive in the top. The tapes were about twice the size of a VHS tape, and I was one of the first people to use it. None of the staff there wanted to touch it, and so the guy came down from AV and taught me how to run it. So they've got a 3rd grader, literally a 3rd grader, that is learning how to run it. And I became a big part of the use of that camera. There was only 2 of us in the school that were allowed to touch it, pretty much. Myself and Miss Burkhalter, which kind of funny that I just talked about Hogan's Heroes and it's kind of the same name. But anyway, she was the AV person for the school, and she was the one that wanted them to teach me how to do it, so she didn't have to do it. Anyway, so yeah, I used one of those really early video systems. It was 420 pixels, and I think it was 15 to 20 frames a second. But back then, it was video. We had never seen video, except for when it was starting to be presented on TV and things. But we had never seen actual digital video, so it was kind of neat. And the film that they used was a big cassette with magnetic tape in it, but it was like twice the size of a VHF. Yes, it was a huge tape, Dom. It was huge. Yeah, news used beta. Just like everything else, beta was the better format, but VHF had better production and promotions people. It's the same thing with Blu-ray and DVD. DVD beat them to the punch, and DVD had bigger marketing. And so Blu-ray ended up being more of a niche thing. Yeah, they still don't know exactly what happened to Bob Crane. That was a great show. All right, so let's see what we got going on out there tonight. Upper left, I got 2 screens going. Those are both protests going on somewhere over on the left coast. They're both anti-ICE protests. And as you can see, there's nobody literally at either one of them. I like showing this because even when they're broadcasting a protest, they're broadcasting the front of an ICE building where a protest may at some point break out. But right now, not so much. The upper right is Spain. This is I believe it's a looped video from earlier, but I want you guys to see there is a lot of mess going on in Spain. They've got hundreds and hundreds of people an hour coming over their border, and it was crazy. Lambert, yes, VHF is one of my top 25 movies of all time, I think. I love that movie. I love Weird Al. That movie, when you're in broadcasting, I'm going to be honest with you guys, okay? When I was in the fire department, I really loved Backdraft when it came out. You know, it's one of those things. When they make a movie about your profession, it's really cool. Even when it's funny or stupid or spoofy or a fictional story. And so we loved the fire department movies. We loved Emergency. We loved all that. However, what do you do when you're in TV and radio? There's not a whole lot of movies. Well, there is a few. And when it comes to like zany TV movies, VHF is the movie. It's great. The other funny movie about radio that I would recommend, and there's a few of them out there, but the one I recommend, believe it or not, is Private Parts, Howard Stern. As much as I'm not a huge Stern fan, I respect his talent. I also think he's a big wuss. And I also think that he's done a lot of things to make people hate him over the years. But he's a very talented man, and I respect him for that. However, his movie was gold. It was absolute gold. And so I love those movies. Those are two of my feel good movies. If I just need to feel good, I put VHF on, or I put on the Howard Stern movie, Private Parts. Both very good movies. Yeah, they opened the prisons and let out the prisons, and they're all heading to Spain. That is correct. Yeah, it's crazy right now. And they have nothing, no one to blame but themselves. All their leftist bullshit policies and everything else. They have no one to blame but themselves. So anyway, the upper left two are both protests that it looks like the left one may have just went out. They're non-protest protests. I don't know what's going on. The upper middle, Skid Row, and we're looking for liberal successes out there. If anybody sees one, let me know. And the upper right, again, is a tape from earlier, and this is out of Spain, where we've got protesting and rioting, and we got people coming over the border. It's crazy over there right now. And then I've also got Fox right up here above me. This is Fox Raw, the YouTube channel. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, right, Blue Texan. Yeah, right. We're getting rid of our refugees. They'll learn. These leftist countries will learn. When you incentivize illegal immigration or illegal migration, when you incentivize that by putting them in hotels, providing them with food and water, providing them with housing, not making them make court appearances, you do it, and people call up and say, hey, I climbed over the fence, I got food, I got water, I got a place to stay, the Christians come by twice a day with food, it's great, that's called enabling. And they call their friends, and next thing you know, their friends are like, F it, I'm going. That's the place to be. And so they're all coming. All right? Spain, the reason it's so acute all of a sudden is because they're literally letting people out of the prisons. They're literally, there's like a revolutionary type thing going on over there. And I hate to even define it as that, but there's something going on. And it's created a situation where all these people are looking to get out. And there's Spain, where they didn't keep up with their border. They don't have enough border patrol people. The liberal policies over the years, and boom, there they go. There they go. I respect the fact that you're an agnostic, because I don't really respect atheists. Because if you don't have enough evidence to believe, then you certainly don't have enough evidence to disbelieve. So, at least an agnostic admits there's something. I don't know what it is. I think atheists are the closed-minded of us. Yeah, they're definitely the closed-minded of us. The agnostics are people who are still working the process, man. I don't see them as being so closed-minded. Yes, that's the movie, Cherokee. That's the movie I saw him in. Warner Klimpler. Yeah, very much. That's one of those movies, man. Wow, powerful movie. Heath, that's an interesting way of looking at it, but I understand your point, and I agree. Yep, I think, therefore I am. That's self-awareness. Welcome to sentience. The leftist government leaders in Spain told the citizens they are replacing them with immigrants. Probably not far from the truth. Let them all in. Let them all in. Just open the gates and let them in. And William, you're correct. I don't know if you've noticed, 80 or 90% of what's coming into Spain, they're criminals. They're men. They're middle-aged men. They're what they call fighting-aged men. Yes, and yeah, yep. It's there's not a lot of kids. There are not a lot of guys, old ladies coming with them. I mean, this is literally just dudes, and this is really bad for Spain. They need to get down there and take care of it. They need to get down there, and they need to get pepper ball guns or whatever you got to do to get them to stop coming around there. You have to protect your own sovereignty. That's the bottom line. If you're not protecting your own sovereignty, you will lose your sovereignty. Well, yeah, Spain went off the left deep end, that deep end that we're trying not to go off right now. And they've gone off that deep end along with about 6 or 7 other European countries. And, there you go. What's going on over there is because everybody knows, go there. They'll get benefits, they'll get food, they'll get shelter. Well, that was when it was trickling in. Now they're pouring over the gates because of things that are going on back in the other country. We've had the same problem here. We've had surges of certain countries because of political things going on. But I'll tell you what, whether Spain has learned their lesson and they're going to grab this bull by the horns like we did here, that's what they got to do. They have to do what we did, what Bill Clinton did, what George Bush did, what Barack Hussein Milhouse Obama did, what Trump did in his first and second term. We have to deport these people. You have to deport these people. Democrats have deported almost twice as many people as Republicans in modern times. This is not a Democrat or a Republican thing, although they would like to make it into one. Clinton got rid of more illegals than Bush did in 8 years. Barack Obama got rid of more as well. They're both in the millions, as much as 10 million. And so when we start talking about this like it's a political thing, it's not. The Democrats were all for protecting our sovereignty up until everybody started fleeing the blue states and they started backfilling with illegals. And that's when Joe Biden opened up the border. That was 6, 7, 8 years ago. It all started, and Biden became president, and it all went into full swing. And then all the blue states started enticing people to come there. That's what all that was. You guys know the census is coming up. We have to do this for the census. They have to do this. You know why? Because they think illegals are going to get counted on the census, and they may. I don't know. We're going to try to prevent that this time. We need to prevent that. Illegals should not appear on the census. Because what does that do? That incentivizes towns and cities and counties and states. They want to entice people to come in. So they make it inviting. They give out the benefits. They give out the money. They give them places to stay. And so more and more of them come. And now at the top of the decade, coming up in 4 years, 3.5, 4 years, they're going to start the census again. And the census will go out, and they're going to figure out how many people live in each state. And that's how the congressional seats are chosen. You know those ones we just redistricted and the Republicans picked up 9 seats? Yeah, well, we're going to pick up 8 or 9 more. I'm not lying. It's going to be big. I think Florida may get 2 or 3. It's kind of crazy. New York's going to give up 1. Jersey's going to give up 1. Probably Pennsylvania's going to give up 1. Maryland, believe it or not, might give up 1. People are leaving these states so fast, and California's given up 1 or 2. to Florida, to Florida or Texas, or maybe even to Georgia or Tennessee. Other states are going to pick up those seats. I expect to pick up 3 more congressional seats here in Florida. But see, a lot of that depends on, do we count illegal aliens? And no, we should not count illegal aliens. They're illegal aliens. They shouldn't count for anything other than when you bag them and you send them home, it counts as 1 removed from the country. Other than that, they shouldn't count. They came here illegally. They broke into our country and didn't ask. It's the guy that breaks into your house at 2 in the morning and steals a beer out of your fridge, and he cleans your kitchen, and then he sits down on your couch and goes to sleep. Cleaning the kitchen is not an excuse for burglarizing the house. And it's the same thing here. People come here, oh, they work hard. Look, they pick things that white people won't pick, which is all bullshit. Oh, look, they're all working. We need them, they're working. No, not really. They don't pay taxes in most cases, or they pay little tax. So what do? Well, we stay the course right now. We have to keep fighting the scourge, the communist scourge that's coming through our country right now. We have to fight this. You guys realize it's always Bernie Sanders up against somebody else, and Bernie Sanders always gets edged out. You know why he gets edged out? They even cheated at one time to keep him from being the nominee. You know why? Because they were always afraid that if they were too socialist, too close to communism, that they would lose the vote in the middle. That is what's happening right now. It's finally happened. The commies are taking over, and they're no longer keeping it secret. And now you got people like AOC, she's in with the commies. Now you got Kamala Harris starting to talk like one. So I think that I don't know how they're going to run this year, because you literally have about, of the 40% people that consider themselves devout Democrats, 35%, whatever, it's about half of them are open and fine with socialism and communism, and about half of them are not. And of course, you have to take into consideration that most of them couldn't explain the difference. All right, Moorhead, let me see what we got here. I'll pull it up.
I've had enough of living in poverty with you. Don't ruin.
By the way, I have not heard back on that that copyright strike I'm under. It's been 5 days. If another 5 days goes by and I don't hear anything, then I win, and it comes off my account. All right, I'll stick this in one of the smaller windows. I got to be careful, but I'll stick it in one of the smaller windows. That thing on the right is just rerunning, so I'm going to go ahead and stick it in there. This is going to be the latest on the fires. This should show us. Yeah, that'll give us updates on it. They've also got some video there that they're running. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you for that link. Well, that's the thing. Communism's a blast because you're spending somebody else's money, but eventually somebody else's money runs out. Yeah, do you know the difference between Bud and Bud Light? It's about the same. Yeah, socialism is communist light. It's the state you get in before you get to full-fledged communism. They don't like to use the communism word, so they use the word socialism. It's kind of like, instead of saying killing a human being that's in your womb, they would say women's health care. It's just a different way of saying it, that's all. But really, it's communist light. They like to call it democratic socialism. Those two words are a non sequitur. They don't work together. You can't put them together. Yeah, because socialism takes the democratic part out of it. See, they think they can be full-fledged socialist communists and still vote for everything. It's like, you people are stupid if you think that's the way it works. Oh, but look, this is a new, kinder, friendlier form of communism. Well, whatever, still hell. Yeah, democratic socialism. Okay, whatever. That's a non sequitur. It's made up. It's word salad. That's exactly what it is. Yes, Clinton and Obama deported more people than Reagan, both Bushes, and Trump's first term combined. It's true. The Democrats used to do that. You want to know why the Democrats used to be the big deporters and not the Republicans? Do you want to know? Because they used to be for the unions. What's the last thing unions want? Unions do not want illegal aliens coming here and taking all the high-paying jobs. So unions of all kinds were all fighting against illegals coming into this country. And so because Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and even Jimmy Carter required the blue collar vote in order to be elected and reelected, they had to have the blue collar vote. And so in order to get the blue collar vote, they deported a lot of people because that's what the unions wanted. You know, the other thing the unions wanted? Tariffs. This is why you don't hear from the AFL-CIO anymore. They don't even know what to do right now because they've always been for tariffs and they've always been for deporting all the illegals. Trump's literally the blue-collar candidate. He's literally the man with the plan for the unions, and they don't know what to do with themselves. Most police and fire unions have come over a while back. And even a lot of the bigger unions now, it's estimated that as much as 50% of their membership is voting for Donald Trump. So what happened? They gave up on the blue-collar worker because they thought that it was more important rather than spending all that time on the blue collar worker. They thought it would be more fun to be all about
of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
and all of that stuff. They thought it would be a better thing to do to go fight for transgender surgery for 14-year-olds without telling their parents. They thought it would be better because we can indoctrinate in schools. It's absolutely ridiculous. Let me switch this. I don't know what that means. He socialized the Trump Tower. I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, a lot of Trump's assets are in these blue states. Yeah, MSNBC. The Nazi Party was referred to as the Third Reich. Is this some kind of like quiz? The unions are furious at the Supremes for not letting Trump do the tariffs his way. Yeah, I mean the truth is the unions wanted more tariffs than they got. Well, yeah, okay. I'm watching for their comments. I am not aware of giant rats in front of his projects. I don't know what that means. Um, yeah, it's pretty bad that MSNBC got so right wing and so crazy and so nutty and foolish that even NBC didn't want their moniker on there anymore. Yeah, I think that's great. That's true, Sir Richard. Yes, there was times when the left was shooting that way. Sure. Yeah, the truth is the left is constantly calling Trump Hitler and Nazi and all that, but it's just not what's going on. It's literally just they want to use those words. Doesn't really fit. ICE facilities are not concentration camps, and they're doing their word manipulation, and that's what they do. Yeah, I'm not sure about the rat. I'm not familiar. A blow up rat. I have no idea what that's about. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny, the left goes back and forth between all these radical opinions and all these different radical social experiments and things like that. The right, we just want to be American. We want to be conservative. We want to go by the Constitution. We want to only make changes that affect people when it's absolutely necessary. We don't want to overregulate. We don't want to overtax. And of course, it's so blatantly obvious now. See, 10 years ago, this argument was kind of hard to have. It was convoluted. Not anymore. Not anymore. Look at California. Hundreds of billions of dollars in debt. And they're charging almost 14% state income tax. They charge twice the gas tax that we charge here in Florida. Florida has negligible debt, hardly nothing. Why is that? Well, it's because we run things better. I mean, let's get right to it. Let's not mince words. Let's get right to it. Republicans run shit better. Democrats give all the money away, and Republicans run it better. That's why all the Republican states are doing great. All the Democrat states are all in debt. They're all doing trouble. They're all bleeding residents. Oh, is that what it is? A rat because he wasn't using union labor? Well, good for him. Good for him. I don't believe in union monopolies. I actually don't believe that unions are even necessary anymore. Yeah, RWL, I think you're right. They do. They have a meeting every so often to figure out what talking points they're going to use this particular week. Yeah, I do believe that to be the case. Yeah, I don't like the ICE uniforms myself, but that's what they wear. Well, you can say it's a huge flop. I think it looks a lot better than it did. I've been to DC 3 times, and every time I go there, that reflecting pool is a hairy, nasty mess with shit all thrown in it. Had debris all in the bottom of it, bicycles and shit, debris, garbage. If nothing else, he cleaned it out, put fresh water in it, got all the algae gone, cleaned it up. I mean, why are people against this? Oh, that's right. The big orange man did it. There's no reason to be against this. But yet people are. Why? Trump derangement syndrome. That's what it always is. Doesn't matter. Like I said, Trump right now could come out with the cure to cancer. And these leftists would go out and start protesting. They're pro-cancer. Go cancer. They would lay there in bed and die before they would take the orange shot. Yeah, I do believe that. The only two protests we got going on tonight are pretty much there. I think it's actually the same one now. And there's no one there. It's video of a protest where no one showed up. And I think that's so awesome when they plan a protest and they even have camera guys out there and everything's ready and no one shows up. No one showed up. And so there you go. Oh, boy. Where are we at? Where are we at? All right. This half hour of the show is sponsored by Trumpalax. Trumpalax, an amazing medication that will help clear your bowels. A medication made by Trumpanol, the makers of the #1 brand in Trump derangement syndrome products. Trumpalax, an amazing medication that will help you shit out years of Democrat talking points and make you feel better when you're all backed up with bitterness. That's right. This is Trumpalax. It's amazing. And this is something that you can take this orally and you can shit out all that bad feelings that you have. So try it today. That's Trumpalax by the makers of Trumpanol, the #1 treatment for Trump derangement syndrome. Get some and shit it out today. Let's see. Yes, Florida has no state income tax. 0. I just renewed my driver's license for 8 years for $42. I just renewed my car tag for a year, $44. That's tax, title, the whole bit. So taxes are low here. Property taxes are about midline here. Everything else is pretty much lower. And they're getting ready to put the homestead exemption up again here. So property taxes are not even a big deal anymore. Yeah, of course, the left stream media is trying very hard to cover anything except what's going on in Spain right now. I think it's hilarious when anyone uses bad language, especially in politics, because it does get the point across. As long as it's not done, I think if we just start doing it every day, then it won't get the point across. The left has been swearing and cussing on podiums for years. The right is learning. All these years, the gerrymandering that went on, finally we gerrymandered it back. And it's the same thing here. For years, the left had monopolized social media. They have monopolized YouTube. They have monopolized everything. That's gone. The right is on it like flies on a turd right now. All right? And so all these things that the left used to have the run and the say on, they don't really anymore. And that's just another thing they don't. Of course they love freebies. They're all about the freebies. That's what they're about. The left is all about supporting bad people and getting free stuff. You can sum up the left with that right there. Supporting bad people doing bad things, and I'm up for the free stuff. He is not the lowest polling president of all time. Once again, your information is wrong. My God, Jimmy Carter was 10 points lower than him right now. At least 10, 15 points lower than him. To make a statement like that is just ignorant. The left is never about justice. Yeah. Well, that's what the left does. They come in, the trolls come in, and they'll make statements like violence is up since Trump became president. That's not true. It just is not supported by the facts. It's also is supported by the facts that 75% of violence is committed by people on the left. That's the inconvenient facts that they don't like. But they'll come out with these stupid facts like Trump's the lowest rated president ever. Really? I mean, it's not even, okay. Yeah, Zen, isn't that a bunch of shit? Yeah. Yep. Yep. The whole idea here is they don't like capitalism. And do you want to know why they don't like capitalism? It's really simple. It's really simple. Because capitalism does not guarantee a result. It guarantees an equal playing field. Okay? It's a guarantee of going in, but it's not a guarantee coming out. You have to do the work. And that's why these people hate capitalism. Because capitalism rewards intelligence, it rewards ingenuity, it rewards hard work, and it rewards people that stick to something no matter what. And these leftists, they can't stick to nothing. Every one of their YouTube channels has their first 5 shows and then they quit. All these people that troll us, I go to their channels. They do nothing. They spend all their time going and being negative in someone else's channel rather than creating their own channel, their own content. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Zen, why is it the state's business to babysit your children? Why were we babysitting all these Somali kids? I want to know. If I had a kid, I would have to pay for him to go somewhere to daycare. How come all the Somalis were getting free daycare for all them kids that weren't even showing up? I want to know why it is. If you're Somali, you get free daycare. If you're Caucasian, you don't. I want to know what the deal is there. They want to sit in mommy's basement and play keyboard warrior. And that's what it is. And that's what they do. They sit in that basement. It makes them feel better. It's short term. But it gives them that little bit of dopamine that they live on. Capitalism rewards people who work hard, who use ingenuity, who use intelligence, who stick to something a very long time and work very hard and get up every day and do it. And they're not willing to do it. These generations, these newer generations, do not have the gumption or the tenacity to do any of this shit. They certainly aren't going to come on here every night for 2 or 3 hours and do a show. They're not going to go and get a good job. Hell, I'm halfway through my 2nd career. I'm a capitalist. And I believe in capitalism. And that's what all these fascists and all these socialists and all these communists and all these Marxists, they don't like capitalism. Because in capitalism, you reap what you sow. They don't want to reap what they sow because they ain't sowing shit. Because they're a bunch of lazy pricks. That's the problem. Trump's not a low-rated person. He won the popular vote in the last election, and he's doing great right now. He's got a very high approval rating among his own people, the people that are on the right, the capitalists, the people that count, the people that I care about, rate him just fine. And he's doing pretty good among moderates. Just because he has a record low Democrat approval rating doesn't mean a thing, because those people weren't going to vote for him anyway. I mean, that's just, it's a fact that doesn't matter. Yeah, look what he's done. I mean, look what he's done. The economy is booming. He took a 10% year-over-year inflation and turned it into a 2% year-over-year inflation. And even with the gas prices going up now twice and coming back down, we're still running a much lower inflation than Joe Biden ran in any of his 4 years, despite the war, despite the fuel prices. So, no, I find people that make these arguments don't understand basic economics. They do feel-good economics. It's a different concept. Greedy capitalists. See, the only people that call people that are capitalists, that are successful, greedy, is people who are not successful. People who can't be successful. People who have no hope of being successful. People who at 37 years old drive a Prius and live in their mother's basement. That's what we're dealing with. That's who hates capitalism, is people who are no good at it. People that hate capitalism are people that don't want to be held responsible for their own actions. People that feel we should just let the bad guys out of jail because they didn't mean it. People that lead with their heart instead of their brain. That's who likes socialism and communism and fascism. Why? Because these are all ways that you can live without having to take responsibility. The government takes care of everything. Yeah, the government takes care of everything. Remember that time you sat in DMV for 4 hours waiting for them to call your number? You want those people running your health care? This is how stupid it gets right here. These people don't read anything. They don't take it. And the ones that get me are the ones that say, oh, but I took 2 years of economics at some socialist school. Well, guess what? You still don't understand economics. I'm sorry. That's true, William. He's bringing back factory jobs all over the place. I don't believe in forgiving student debt. You racked up that debt. You go out and make a living with it. That's capitalism. See, this whole debt thing is another whole piece of this puzzle. They want people's debt excused for an education that they got. No, you got that education. You spent that money. Now you go out in the world and you earn it back. That's how you do it. Bunch of chicken shits. I cannot stand people that expect me to pay their school debt. You got the degree, not me. You go out and you make the money yourself. That's capitalism. Pull up your pants and go make the money. Buy a lawnmower and go meet up with your neighbors and mow their lawn for $40 a month. That's how you do it. That's capitalism. Take that education you got and go apply for a job in what? Oh, that's right. You went to a liberal arts college and you took LGBTQ. You majored in LGBTQ physics or some shit. Or let me. Oh, here's another one. Let me guess. You mastered in liberal arts. Yeah, you mastered in painting and arts. You mastered in singing and notes and tones. You mastered in all the you know what? If you go to school and you spend a bunch of money on shit that you can't make a living with, that's your fault. You're the asshole that went to that university and took 4 or 5 or 6 years worth of classes that didn't teach you an effing thing that you need to know in the job field out there. That's why you hate capitalism. That's why. Because you want it all handed to you. You realized, oh my God, now I got to go out and get a job. Oh, forget that. I'm going to go back to school and do a 5th year. I'm going to do a 6th year. And then I'm just going to fail out of the doctor program. I mean, this is the kind of bullshit that goes on. And then they want that debt excused. No, you got the education. You go out and fix it. Period. Yes, African studies. There's so many classes. Over half the classes taught at liberal colleges will do nothing to help you get a job. Nothing. First of all, you don't need college to make a living. Now, I went and got some college while I was in a firefighter. I got 2 years of college. That's cool. You know, a little degree, it helps. But the point is I don't need it. I got it because the fire department wanted me to get it. Nothing I've ever done required the degree to get the job. And I do every job I've done, I've excelled at. A cop, a fireman, an emergency manager, a dispatcher. Hell, I drove a wrecker for a while. And now I've been in broadcasting 15 years. You got to be successful. You got to show up every day. You got to work hard. You got to get along with your coworkers. They're just not willing to do these things. I've had 2 successful careers. And yet I didn't need a degree for any of it. The knowledge is the most important thing. The paper might help you. Then again, I don't know how a degree is going to help you. Where are you going to go get a job with a liberal arts degree with a minor in painting? Where would you go? You majored in African studies and LGBTQ society, and you minored in painting. Where are you going to go get a job? You know, all these people over the last 4 years that got these degrees for the DIY, or I'm sorry, the diversity, what is it, diversity, whatever it is, diversity, inclusion, and all that. Those people that went and got those degrees, nobody's hiring those anymore. That was a fad. Ridiculous. Yeah, now, I mean, if if it's an engineering degree, drawing plans, if it's an engineering degree or a degree in anything that you can use, I'm not against college. I'm not against university. I just think we convince these kids that in order to be something, they have to go to university. And then they go to 4 years of university, rack up all these bills, and then wonder why nobody's giving them money. I'm out now. What do I do? Well, you use what you learned to go get a job. Okay, well, I learned how to paint. I learned how to draw circles. You know, I learned to test the rains in Africa. It's a good song. So, whose fault is it that you took classes that don't help you get a job in this capitalist world? That's your fault, not mine. I hate school. I hated college. I took it one class at a time, mostly at the Florida State Fire College. It was a lot more fun there. Yeah, and these people that show up, let me tell you something, okay? I know 2 businesses right now, and I'm not going to mention any names. It's not the place I work. I know 2 businesses right now that are hiring. And both of those people, because they're friends of mine, told me If someone puts pronouns on the application, they throw it in the garbage. I'm not lying. It's a thing down here. If you put pronouns on something, I won't hire you. Nobody's going to hire you. You're not going to get hired. Why? Because when you say I'm they, them, what you're basically saying is I'm effing trouble. That's what you're saying. What you're saying is I'm an HR disaster coming into your business. I'm a DEI whirlwind. Electronics, robotics, architecture, structural engineering, very good career job choices right there. Electrician, plumber, all good. You know, I don't know if you know it or not, a person that's been plumbing for 5 years, in a lot of cases, makes more money than someone who went to 4 years of college and is on year 5 after graduating college. Plumbers, electrician, those are good jobs. Yeah, it's hot, you know, it's not the best work environment sometimes, but they make great money. They make a lot more money than I make in radio, I can tell you that. If I was a full-time electrician, you know, working, you know, doing one house a day, putting in all the wiring and stuff like that, I could make 3 times what I'm making now. It's not my kind of work, but hey, that's capitalism. Garbage men. Why do people pick up garbage? Why do these men go out there and get all stinky and sweaty and they smell like garbage? Their wife must love when they come home. Why would they do that? Because garbage men get paid pretty good. That's capitalism. The more the job stinks, the more it pays. If it's a fairly easy job that doesn't require a whole lot of training and that's minimum wage. You make a little bit of money. But if you got to go pick up garbage cans and get people's shit and garbage all over you, you're going to make $20-30 an hour. It's going to be worth your time. Starting. That's capitalism. And it has nothing to do with college. That's what these people don't understand. They go to college because everybody tells them, you go to college, you'll get a great job. Well, they go to college. They come out of college and they're like, okay, now what? It's like you got to go look for a job now. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, I don't want to do that. They want me to come in at 8 o'clock in the morning every day. I don't think I can do that. I'm not even awake by 8 o'clock most mornings. My dad was a plumber, career plumber. He sold it. He did first and second roughs out in the Cape on the weekends for side money. I used to go out and I would trim everything out for him. I'd set all the sinks and put all the faucets in with the pipe dope and all the bullshit. I used to do all that. I used to love it. And now it's great because I can plumb. I love it. I also do electrical. I can completely do plumbing and electrical. Anything residential. Now you get into big stuff. I don't know much about it, but I learned that stuff. You should learn how to do things. You should understand how to do things. You know, and when I was at the fire department, I did a lot of that kind of stuff, working on stuff and fixing things, and I was quite the handyman at my department. The whole idea is get a good job for a man you like or a woman you like, and then work really hard and make yourself invaluable. And your pay goes up. That's how it works. That's capitalism. The people that don't like capitalism are the lazy or stupid among us. Well, Blue Texan, AI is going to get us there. AI is slowly moving people to more things that they prefer to do. It's happened to me. It's taken a lot of those things I don't like to do, and it does them for me now. And it gives me more time to be creative and do other things with AI. So I think some of that's coming through AI. But money is a measure of labor, okay? Money simply, and when people say I hate money, well, whatever. I like money because money is proof that I did labor. It's proof that I worked. I like money. Money is a receipt for my labor. And I use that to go buy bread and meat. It's just people that hate money are the same people that hate capitalism. They hate money because they just aren't good at getting money. Yep. Well, the people in Spain made their bed. Now they got to live in it. Lay on down. Well, yes, sarcastic Susie, that's absolutely correct. These people constantly, they live with their heart, not their brain. They make decisions with their heart, not their brain. They decide what classes they're going to go to with their heart, not their brain, and so on and so forth. And then eventually what they realize is that heart doesn't make you any money, because all it's done is make bad decisions all the way through your life so far. Good decisions are made with the brain. That's why as people get older, they migrate from the left to the right. I don't know if you guys know this. Fact. As people get older, they're 5 times more likely to go from Democrat to Republican than a Republican go from Republican to Democrat after age 40. And the reason for that is because as people get smarter, they get wiser, they get more learned, they get more worldly, they get to where they understand and they know things, they understand how things work. They realize that left is that it's full of fruitcakes. It's full of people that don't know what they're doing. It's full of special interest groups. It's full of crazy this and stupid that. And they switch. They switch parties. And when you add to that the people that are switching parties because of the shift to the left that the left is doing right now, all of that lends to more people becoming Republicans. I don't know if you guys know this or not. The Republican shift in Florida has been dramatic. I'm gonna pull up a number here, but I gotta put it in. So give me just. I don't like giving you guys bullshit. I like giving you real numbers. So let me get the receipt here. Okay. Grok will figure this out. This is some staggering numbers that have surprised me over the years. Okay, so back in 2011, there was almost 500,000 more Democrats than there was Republicans in Florida. By 2015, the number was 400,000. By 2020, there was only 100,000 more Democrats than Republicans in Florida. By 2024, the Republicans outnumbered the Democrats by 1.2 million. In 2026 so far, we've got them by 1.6 million. There's 1.6 million more registered Republicans in the state of Florida than there is Democrats. And just 15 years ago, they had us by 500,000. That means we actually have 2 million people that have switched parties in the last 15 years from Democrat to Republican, roughly. Some of those moved in as well, but you can see the change happening. The older states have more conservatives. The younger states have more Democrats. Why? Because when people are younger, they're not as smart, they're not as learned. and they're still listed as Democrats. Most of them will figure it out. There's always the Birkenstock weirdo hippies that'll never figure it out, but for the most part, they'll figure it out and they'll come over. Well, Blue Texan, that's probably one of the more ignorant things you've ever said. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but you just want change. You don't care what it is. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's like driving your car into a paint shop and saying, I don't care what color. Whatever you got up on the shelf's fine. That's just ignorant. No one does that. When you say, I just want to change, why would you want to change? Why? The economy's doing well. It's much better than it was under Biden. Why would you want to change capitalism to socialism? Are you one of these people that believes that capitalism doesn't work? I mean, because truthfully, capitalism is what's provided all of the big breakthroughs, all the new drugs, everything from Velcro to rocket engines. It's all been done because of free markets and this country, this amazing country that works under capitalism. These are all things that happen under capitalism. You know, Elon Musk, Blue Origin, all these different things. That's capitalism. Capitalism going to space. How many communist countries are going to space right now? China's trying. They're spending millions and millions more on billions more on space than we are, and they're just not doing that well. They would do a lot better if their people were free and everyone shared in the triumphs through the process of capitalism. But no, they're communist, which means that state gets all the credit and you just shut up and go to bed. Yes, Trump ran on change, and we've seen a lot of change. The change has been drastic. He kept nearly all of his campaign promises. There's a couple that are questionable, I'll admit, but my God, most of them keep none of their campaign promises. Socialism always devolves to forced labor, never getting paid what you're worth. Yes, and also freezing to death in the winter and starving to death in the summer. There's a lot of really great things to look forward to at socialism. Socialism and communism, the only kind of government that has actually failed every single time it was tried. Every single time. Yeah, keep it up. Let's see here. That's a good point, Heath. You can vote your way into socialism, but you'll have to shoot your way out. Socialism, anybody that even believes that socialism is better than capitalism is just ignorant. Absolutely ignorant. You literally have to not know anything about how the world actually works. I love debating people over communism because I literally hold all the high ground. The political high ground, the moral high ground, the financial high ground, the high ground of history. Socialism has failed everywhere it's been tried. And here we go. We're trying it here. We're at a turning point. And we got to keep this thing going straight. Yes, Heath, actually, many of China's best people over there doing their space program got their education here in the United States. Yep, there's nothing there's nothing redeeming about socialism. And when you ask these socialists, well, what about the fact that everywhere it's ever been tried, it failed? You know what their response is? Well, it just hasn't been done right yet. And these people are going to do it right, something that's never been done right. And now they're going to do it right? These idiots? I look at the people that want socialism and I'm like, oh my God, and they want to run the thing? How do they think? They don't even understand how it works. Anytime you question one of these lefties about how's it going to work? Where does the money come from? You know, and they have no idea. They just know that they read on Facebook that socialism's good and it's the future of mankind. Yes, free health care, if you can call it that. If you can call waiting 18 months for an MRI health care, then I guess you do get some level of health care, but it certainly isn't the level of health care that we get here. Yes, everything the Chinese does has been stolen from us. Why? Because all the inventions, all the stuff's invented here. Why? Capitalism. My God. People make things that are really great because they want to be rich. There's nothing wrong with that. The only people that hate rich people are people that can't make it on their own. People that don't have the mentality, people that don't have the gumption, people that don't have the get up and go. Those are the people that hate capitalism because they can't game the system, play the system, beat the system. Because in capitalism, you have to work hard. You have to get up every day, and these people aren't willing to do it. So they hate capitalism. They hate money, and they hate rich people. You know what? All my bosses have either been the government or rich people. I never worked for poor guys. I mean, think about it. All my bosses have always been either government or rich people. What's wrong with rich people? That's who pays us. That's right, William. Under communism, under true communism, anything that's left over from your life goes back to the state. Well, he's announced he's doing the grocery stores. The city of New York is growing into the grocer business. They are going to put up I think 6 or 7 of these state-run grocery stores. Each location's going to cost $30 million to build. $30 million to build. And for contrast, when they open a new Aldi's, it's about $3 million. When they open a new Publix, it's about $4.5–5 million. But they're opening these government grocery stores. They're going to cost $30 to $33 million a piece. Then, once they build them, they're going to stock them with food that you, without ID, without proving that you live in New York, and without proving that you're poor, you walk into these grocery stores. Anybody can. Rich person can walk into these stores and buy groceries. They're all 30% off. Everything is 30% left, 30% less than what you would find at a grocery store or at a bodega. Okay? So I want you to think what that's going to do to the market. All the regular grocery stores and probably half of the bodegas are going to close. They're going to leave. Why would I stay? The government, just like with National Public Radio, they compete with us. They got call letters. Their call letters are free. Ours cost tens of thousands of dollars a year. But NPR gets free call letters. We both compete in the same Nielsen book. They get free manpower from the college. We have to pay full price for our manpower. They get donated equipment. We have to buy all of our equipment brand new. They get free call signs. We have to pay full price for ours. They get great frequencies. They can use high wattage, all this other stuff. How can someone that competes with me for money be government subsidized? They take tens of thousands of dollars from us just for our call letters. And then the FCC uses that money to supplement my competitor that's competing for my sales dollars. Why is the government involved in private sector? Why is the government involved in broadcasting at all? Because the left use it as a propaganda machine. Now let's go back to grocery stores. The same thing's happening there. The state's coming in and saying, we're going to provide groceries. We're going to undercut the grocery stores and the bodegas by 30%. They're all going to pack up and leave. What does that do? That makes you dependent on the government for the very food that you eat. The government wants you on the tit. They want you on the tit more than anything else they can get. That's what they want, you on the tit. Once you're on the tit, you're controllable. You do what we say or we cut off the food. This is what socialism is. Socialism is the big stick that you wave. Socialism is, hey, we're going to provide you with food. Now do what we say or you don't get food. That's it. It started with food stamps and WIC and everything, and now it's devolving into actual socialist grocery stores. They already had state and federal and city food assistance programs. Back to back. 3 of them you could sign up for. Food stamps, WIC, all these different things. And they'll still get those benefits on top of the 30% that they'll save at the city-run grocer. Now, once all the grocery stores close down and half the bodegas close down, okay, and gas stations quit carrying food, and you know what? Once all this starts to happen in New York, then what? That's when the bread lines start. Yeah, that's when the bread lines start. Because there won't be enough food to go around because the government doesn't know how to run a mercantile business. They've never been successful at running a mercantile business. So there won't be enough food. And there won't be a backup because all the grocery stores are closing. Some have already announced that they're going to be closing once this gets going. They're going to move out of the city. They say it's almost impossible to pay the taxes there and live there and pay the labor there anyway. Once the grocery stores are gone, you've only got one place to get your bread, and that's the government bread line. Welcome to communism. The term they like to use is control the people by controlling the means of production and the means of delivery of required goods and services. That comes right out of the commie playbook. Once you control the goods and services, you get it. It's done. You win. And they're changing history. They're changing the Smithsonian. They're changing the very history of our country. Whoever writes history wins. Whoever controls the food wins. Don't you see a pattern forming here? Whoever indoctrinates our kids wins. Whoever gets to be the special interest wins. Whoever gets to let 16 million people come into the country because they believe like they do wins. And we have to fight back against this. This is terrible what's going on right now. And people like, what's his face in here? Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Hey, I just want to change, man, you know? It's like stinky socks. I just want fresh socks. I mean, what, just any change will do? Why don't you try fascism? Yeah. Why don't you try that? Why don't you try a dictatorship? Just start right out with some asshole being the king. So stupid. People can't afford food, so we need to try it. See, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're not considering what I'm saying. You're not going to look up what I'm saying. You're not even going to consider it. Because A, you're a troll, and B, I don't think you understand basic economics. I really don't. There's no way that you can just casually be for socialism because you want to try something different for a change. All right, this is coming out of Spain. They're talking about granting a bunch of stuff. Let me. I'm just going to put this in the upper left upright for right now. I don't want to spend too much time with that. I'll come back to that in a minute. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. All right, so let me transition that. Okay. So basically, that's where we're at with this. This whole socialism thing is just maybe it will work great. It won't work great, okay? You're one of these people that think up you can wake up every day and do the same thing and expect a different result. This has already been done 100 times. It never works. It never works. There's just some people that can't come around, that can't get on the logic train. There's some people that just can't get on the logic and reason train. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you want to try something different, move to a socialist country and let me know how it goes. Rosie O'Donnell, that stupid bitch. She had to get out of this country because it was so bad. She spent more time here than she has there since she left. And she doesn't like it there. I wonder why. She's so stupid. Yeah, Moorhead. Anybody that needs services from the government knows how it is. Once they get you on the tit, man, you're done. And I'm not saying I don't want to end social programs. I want to sunset social programs. I think if you're 62 years old and you're disabled, then that's a program you're going to need the rest of your life. I think when you're 25 and you're on food stamps, that sunsets in 2 years. If you can't figure out capitalism and how to make money in 2 years, maybe the hunger will motivate you. Because I'm sick of lazy fuckers that won't work. If you're not going to work, get out. I hate capitalism. You hate work. You're lazy. You can't behave yourself long enough to keep a job for more than 2 weeks. That's the people who hate rich people. That's the people who hate socialism, or I'm sorry, who hate capitalism. That's the people. People hate capitalism because they're not good at it. Yeah, try Spain. Yeah, try Spain. A good place to try real quick. Yeah, that's right, Deploribus. And yeah, it's the same thing with everybody. When you if you're 50, 60 years old, 70 years old, and you need some benefits, that's what they're there for. That's what Social Security's there for. You've paid into it. You get some back. It's a shame we don't get a lot of it back. We get some of it back, but yes, the Bible does. You work if you want to work. If you want to eat, you work. And we've reached a point where our younger generations don't feel like they have to work. And this has manifested itself into a hate for capitalism, a hate for rich people, a hate for business success stories. You know, I get up in the morning, I take about an hour of like a documentary every morning. I do an hour documentary. Sometimes it's plane crash investigations. Sometimes it's different things. And I like to go and see how businesses started. I like to see, like, restaurants and what happened. They were so big at one time, and now they're gone, like Lum's and Bennigan's and Rack's and all these really great restaurants that used to be around, but they're gone now. Why are they gone? I like to learn this stuff because I'm a capitalist. I watched all the stories one month a while back. I watched all the stories of all the department stores. Moss Brothers, J.C. Penney's, Sears and Roebuck Company, Bell's and Marshall's and Macy's and Burdines and all the ones that are still open and all the ones that are closed. Kmart. And I went day by day and watched them all. I spent an hour a day learning what happened to all these stores. And in almost every case, they were doing great and they failed to innovate. They got lazy, they got stagnant, they got rigid. And I like to learn about that kind of stuff because I'm a capitalist. Instead of sitting around learning about socialism, and I don't think they sit around and learn about socialism because they don't seem to know anything about it. Yeah, Rosie O'Donnell's a nasty human. She's a worthless human too. She's walking skin. She's worthless. She has done nothing but harm this country for a very long time. Yeah. Yes, newer generations. It's my generation that started raising all these useless people, and then their generation has raised even more useless people, and the uselessness is just going on and on and on. I hate it. I don't know what to do about it, but it is what it is. What, did Fox start a new stream? That's unusual. Let me get their latest one. About once a day they cycle their video, and I think I missed it because it was ended. There we go. All right, there we go. And let's see what else. An update for Daddy Kitty, guys. He didn't have a good day again today. He's not wanting to eat today, and he's acting a little weird. We may be going next week. I'm not sure. I'm still, if he completely stops eating and drinking, then that's pretty much it. So, he did good for 3 days, and then he's had a couple of bad days now. So, we're gonna see. He's resting over there right now. He's still able to walk and use the bathroom and stuff, but I put food in front of him for dinner, and he didn't eat any of it, which is different. He normally eats something. Yeah, I don't hear any screaming. I don't hear any audio at all. I'm not showing any audio going out. Rosie does have a mental illness. She does need to get help, but she's not going to. See, that's the problem. The left has actually embraced all these people with mental health problems. Instead of embracing the blue-collar worker like they did for so many years. For so many years, the left embraced the blue-collar worker, and that worked out so well. But they've kind of stopped doing that now. They now... the only thing they really seem to care about is
MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Especially the trans stuff. They are fixed and stuck on this trans stuff. And the guys in women's sports, none of this is helping the left right now, but they're going to keep doing it. They double down, triple down. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, socialism means that your hard work is spread amongst everyone. That's why they hate rich people. They want to be socialists where everybody makes the same amount of money. What they don't realize is all that ends up doing is reducing everybody to the lowest common denominator. Everybody's poor. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's cold. That's socialism. Incognita. Truth is, you have a point. I think there's a possibility. It does seem weird, like something weird's going on. I don't know. It is true that every generation of humans, all the way back to Jesus' time, every single generation of humans has felt that that was going to be the last generation, that some big calamity was going to happen. There's always been a healthy number of people in each generation that feel that their generation will be the last, or that there'll be some significant change to Earth during their lifetime. And truth is, most people don't experience that. The Earth turns slowly, things happen more slowly, so, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. There is something definitely off. I think a lot of it is the mental illness on the left. We're literally have a party being run by crazies right now. Half of them are socialists, and half of them are just leftist freaks that have special interests of some kind. Do you listen to what's in these books that they want in the libraries? I mean, it's crazy when you look at what they want in these books in the libraries. Let's see if I can find this. I watched this the other day, and I love this guy. He's my favorite. He's my favorite. So let me just get this queued up here, and I'm going to play this for you. I want you guys to hear. These people want books in middle schools that describe sexual acts between men. And when people start talking about it, it's just, oh, well, it's not that big a deal, and this and that. It's funny how if I want to buy a Playboy book, I got to be 18 or 21 or whatever, but depending on the state. But if I want to, I can go into my public library and check out a book about gay sex. I think that's a little messed up. Let's have some fun with this. This is Senator Kennedy of Louisiana, probably one of my favorite politicians, one of my favorite congressmen or senators of all time. Probably one of my favorite. I'm a big Rick Scott fan, but this guy's probably my favorite. And he has a way of just laying it out there, and I just absolutely love it. And so I want to show you guys this. It's hilarious. So give me just a second here, because I have to, of course, set the screen all up, and I want it to center up right and everything. So let me just pull this out here like this. Damn. There's just certain things on OBS that are just not user-friendly. All right. Catch this, guys.
And I appreciate the argument.
God damn sound bullshit. I hate how Windows does sound. Every time I add something that's not in here, that's not already played tonight, I have to go into sound settings and I have to assign it to a sound. I have to assign it to a source. How stupid is this? Takes 5 minutes to get something ready to play.
I'm a little confused, and I appreciate the argument or discussion that we've been having, but for me, it's a little too conceptual, or I don't know, metaphysical or theological or whatever you want to call it. I want to try to understand what you're asking us to do. Let's take two books that have been much discussed. The first one is called All Boys Aren't Blue, and I will quote from it. I put some lube on and got him on his knees. and I began to slide into him from behind. I pulled out of him and kissed him while he masturbated. He asked me to turn over while he slipped a condom on himself. This was my ass, and I was struggling to imagine someone inside me. He got on top and slowly inserted himself into me. It was the worst pain I think I have ever felt in my life. Eventually, I felt a mix of pleasure with the pain. Close quote. All boys aren't blue. The second is another much discussed book. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's called Genderqueer. Okay? Let me read an excerpt from that. Quote, I got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite dildo perfectly. You're going to look so hot. I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
These books are in middle school. Middle schools.
End quote. Now, Mr. Secretary, what are you asking us to do? Are you suggesting that only librarians should decide whether the two books that I just referenced should be available to kids? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay. Tell me what you're saying.
Well, first of all, there's this...
Don't give me a speech. Tell me what you're asking me to do.
With all due respect, Senator, and the words you spoke are disturbing, especially coming out of your mouth is very disturbing. But what I would also tell you that we're not advocating for kids to read porn, to Senator Booker's point.
What are you advocating for?
We are advocating for parents, random parents, not to have the ability, under the guise of keeping kids safe, to try and challenge the world view of every single manner on these issues.
You're getting...
Did you hear what he just said? He doesn't want parents to be able to choose what books are in their library. That's best left to librarians who know books better than parents do, I guess.
Yes, you are, because I want to know what you're recommending. It sounds to me like what some of you are saying, the librarians should decide who gets to see that book.
I'm saying when individual parents are allowed to make a decision of where that line is, and To Kill a Mockingbird, which involves a rape scene, should that book be pulled from our libraries? I think it becomes a slippery slope.
I think you ought to think about it a little bit more before you come here.
I've thought about it,
Senator. If you're going to propose something, you ought to be able, in 30 seconds, to be able to explain what you're asking us to do. Ms. Kelly, what do you understand? Well, let me skip you for a second. Mr. Cameron, tell me what you're proposing.
Wait till you see this guy.
Pronounced mix.
Mix? Is that how would you like me to refer to you?
Senator, your definition of sexual is synonymous with LGBTQ identity.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you to tell me you read those two excerpts.
Genderqueer.
Do you think that, are you asking that only librarians and not parents have any say in whether minors can read those books? Is that what you're saying?
Genderqueer has never been in my school library, so it's never been banned.
Well, suppose it was. Should it be up just to the librarian, or should parents have a say?
There should be facilitation of collaboration between students,
Should parents have a say?
Parents should be working with students and educators to be making decisions, because students are...
And who decides ultimately? The librarian, or do you take a vote, or who takes the vote?
Book review committees in the community in my school district.
You want a committee to decide?
There are committees.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you, how do we decide whether the two books that I just referenced should be available in the library? What would you, if you were running things, what would you do?
All Boys Aren't Blue, the scene you mentioned, is about sexual abuse.
I know what it's about.
It's not
What would
erotic.
you do in terms of making the books available?
It's not erotic. I want to let that sink in for a minute. It's not erotic. What he just read was not erotic. It's factual. It wasn't erotic at all.
Would you say anybody can see them, or they have to be in a special session?
Students who do not read books like All Boys Aren't Blue cannot learn what is appropriate.
I understand that.
They cannot learn
I understand, but none
about
of you want to
abuse.
answer my question. You come here and you say censorship is bad, and of course it's bad. But the obvious response is, okay, you heard the books we're talking about. Okay, we're not talking about Catcher in the Rye. So tell me what you want, who gets to decide. And all I've heard is the librarians. And parents have nothing to do with it. And if that's your response, what planet did you just parachute in from?
Parents, Senator.
Or what country, more appropriately? This is not China.
Parents, Senator, for all due respect, parents absolutely have a say. My parents were immigrants, came to this country. We never checked out books without our parents seeing what books we were reading. They encouraged us to read
Mr.
books.
Secretary,
Listen to this bullshit. They want to do all this without the parents even knowing about it. They want your child to be able to check out these books and read them without their parents knowing. Because what they're trying to do is indoctrinate children into this, what do you want to call it?
Of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
Lifestyle. And they're wanting to indoctrinate people into it by putting out these crazy books. Where does this they're wanting this to be normalized. You know, they're wanting this to be the normal thing. That we're just going to put these books up and that way, kids can go read about where guys put their thing when it's another guy and things, And that's just, all this is more indoctrination. Because those teachers are going to tell them, go to your library. There's a book in there that will explain all of this to you. And you can, read it. Do whatever while you're reading it. They want to take innocence away because they're indoctrinating these children. They believe that 50% of children are
Of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
when actually the true number is probably less than 5%, maybe 10 at the outside. If you count the ones that are bi-curious and the ones that are gay-curious and the ones that are trans-curious and the people who haven't acted on any of it yet, but they think about it, if you add all of them, you might get up to 10%, maybe. But they would have you believe that this is half of our country. It is sick what they're doing. This is nuts. Pun intended. My goodness. What the hell kind of... my Lord. These are our children. Let them grow up. And then later they can decide if they want to be a man or a boy or a girl or some kind of butchered up mess. They can make that decision later when they're older. I love that. I think one of the biggest telling things is that there's leftist groups, the same groups that are pushing for 16-year-olds to be able to vote, are also pushing for people not to be able to own guns till they're 25. They're the people pushing that you can't smoke until you're 21 or you can't drink until you're 21. That's these people. But they want you to vote when you're 16. They want you to make a decision to lop off your breasts when you're 14. They want you to make a decision to take testosterone treatments when you're 13 without telling your parents. These people indoctrinate your children into believing there's something that they're not. And then they teach you how to hide it from your parents. It's disgusting. Yes, teachers' unions and libraries do not work for the students. That's true. The unions do nothing for the students. The unions do not stand up for the students. The unions don't keep track of numbers for students. The unions don't make sure that students are getting what they need. It has nothing to do with the students. In fact, teachers' unions will get what they want at the expense of the students. They'll get what they want, but the students won't. And this is the part of it I just can't. These teachers' unions are terrible about this. Just like the automotive union cares nothing about the cars you're making. Well, the teachers' unions care nothing about the students you're teaching, other than you need to get out there and indoctrinate the shit out of them. Yeah, they keep interviewing these people from all these different organizations, and Kennedy hits them with the same thing. He goes, so tell me, do you think a boy can get pregnant? And they can't answer it. They can't answer it. Well, you know, if the body is, you know, it's because they're, you know, if they're identifying, you know, as a boy, but yet the parts, you know, it still works, but it's if you got to explain it with that much word salad, it's gobbledygook. It's bullshit, okay? That's the way it works. There's no chicks with dicks, only guys with tits, and that's true. That's true. It's true that women grow their boobs usually in their teens. Men grow their boobs in their 40s and 50s. I'm up to an A cup myself, so I get it. Let's see here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, if a doctor can't explain how it works, then I think they should just take their license away, I guess. I mean, my God. Do I want you going in and taking out my appendix if you can't explain that men can't have babies? What it is, they're afraid. See, the left is one of these clubs that you're either all in or you're out. It's different. Republicans, we're generally, you know, our friends can be all different people. I can be friends with a guy that believes in abortion, or I can be friends with a guy. I work with guys that are on the left. I mean, it's okay. But lefties are generally a lot harder to get along with that way. You might be on the left. You might be a hardcore women's lib Democrat. You've been a Democrat for years, a blue dog Democrat, and you just believe in all the Democrat stuff. But if you come out and announce that you don't believe in the LGBTQ stuff, you're done. You'll never do anything with the Democrat Party because you have to be off the deep end. It's like if there's just one thing you're not for, of all the crazy stuff, like you can be on the left and everything else, you don't like men and women's sports? Done. All it takes is one to get, and you're kicked out of the club. And so the left has this thing now where, well, I have to conform. I have to get along, and I have to, get it on to get along. I have to pretend that I'm okay with men taking all of the awards in women's sports. I have to pretend that I'm okay with, all this bullshit. I have to pretend that I don't realize how stupid Gays for Hamas is. You have to pretend a lot of times when you're a Democrat. You have to act like you're okay with everything, because if the Democrats find out you're not okay with everything, then they're not okay with you at all. And that's it's the all or nothing mentality of the left. Nothing they do is common sense. If you look at the left, everything they do is not common sense. Like having a no kings rally, and then three weeks later, they had a rally for a king, for Maduro. The same people, in the same blow-up costumes, with the same stupid signs. That's what I don't understand. These people they don't use any common sense. Queers for Hamas, no common sense at all. A woman tries to drive over an ICE agent after involving herself into a police action that she has no business being that, right? But these people that have no common sense, what do they think? Oh, the cops should be arrested. Really? Why do they think that? Because they don't have common sense. They look at every one of these incidents and they spin it the way that makes their heart feel better. Oh, she was just trying to get her point across and he just shot her up. Yes, biological males should not be in women's bathrooms. The left is a cult. It's an Orwellian struggle. Yeah, they're a cult. Absolutely. And what gets me is they hate religion, but yet they're their own religion. Climate change is a religion. You're either all in or you're not. The left is religion. You're all in or you're not. The whole
of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+
has become a religion in itself. I mean, think about it. It's crazy. That many letters, and it still only represents less than 10% of the population in the United States. It's kind of crazy. But yet that's all they talk about. That's all they deal with. That's all you ever hear. Yeah, that's more of the stupid shit they do. They want open borders, and then next thing they're doing, they're complaining about the cost of living. They're complaining about affordability. Well, letting illegals in is what caused this problem with affordability. But see, they're not smart enough to understand that. They can't put two and two together like that. That's asking quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, they've done everything to make gas prices go up, and yet they're the first ones that complain when gas prices go up. You know, Biden shut down pipelines, stopped exploration, drew back on refining. He did all kinds of things. He even rose the tax on it, and he also created additional regulation. He tried to stifle the production of new fuel and new oil. And the reason, because that's what leftists do. They want you to drive an electric car. They want to be able to control you more. Yeah, Memdami. What a joke. Wait, I think, JM, I think you just missed the whole discussion on Kami Memdami and his stupid grocery store plan that's already looking like it's going to backfire. $30 to $33 million per facility. And the average new supermarket that goes in only costs $3 to $5 million. So it's absolutely ridiculous. They're going to drive all of the grocery stores out of New York, and then there'll be bread lines because now they'll need more food than they have. And we know the government knows nothing about running a mercantile. So forget about it. They know nothing about being a grocer. And what's going to end up happening is you're going to see food lines. You're going to see people having to drive outside the city limits to get food, because they're going to put out of business many of the bodegas. They're going to put out of business many, if not all, of the big grocery stores that are left inside the city limits. And so what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up ruining their economy over something stupid like this. All because it makes us feel better. Look, we're going to be feeding people. People are going to get a 30% discount on grocery. Yeah, but look what it does to your community. Look what it does to your society. Look at the hundreds of small business owners that are going to be out of work. The convenience of the bodega at the corner is going to go away. And there'll be government stores where you have to go stand in line to go in, and stand in line to get your stuff, and stand in line to check out, and stand in line. Yeah. Now calling B235. B235 to window number 7. That's what it's going to sound like the next time you go and get your health care, the next time you go get your groceries. You socialists have no idea. No idea. Socialism has never worked anywhere it's tried. Yet you want to try it here with my country. Forget about it. Yeah, think of all the ma and pa stores that have sold for a long time and now they're gone. Yes, they'll have armed guards there. There will be bread lines. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Anybody that thinks that Kami Memdami's government-owned grocery stores, this is right out of the communist playbook. Control the means of production, control the means of delivery. That is right out of the communist playbook. Yeah, we used to go to some Piggly Wigglies up in North Georgia, and they're slowly all closing. I know of one that might still be open in Tennessee. Piggly Wiggly was the Winn-Dixie for Georgia. See, down here we had Winn-Dixie, which was like the grocery store that was about Walmart prices, you know, like a discount grocer. And Piggly Wiggly was kind of that up there. They had most of the products I liked. The prices were good, but it always smelled like spilt milk. Anyway, Winn-Dixie and Piggly Wiggly. Those were that's where I usually shop because I'm a cheap ass. Yes, and eventually, William, you're right. Certain people will have to shop on certain days. You'll have to call and get an appointment to go get your bread and your canned goods. You're going to have to go to multiple locations. You're going to have to wait in multiple lines. This happens every time, guys. This happens every time this is tried anywhere. Do you know how many people froze to death in Russia over the years because of communism? Hundreds of thousands. Froze to death because the heat's not on. Anybody that thinks that socialism is a good plan is just not intelligent. There's just no other way around it. Yeah, and I'm sure Somalis don't have to wait in the line. Food Lion. Yeah, they got caught up in a few scandals and lost a bunch of locations, but I don't know if they're still around or not. We don't have any down here. We used to, till that expose came out about them mixing the old potato salad in with the new potato salad and putting a new date on it. That shit went out on national TV, and that kind of did them in. Yeah, socialism will work here. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. JM, you're one of the people I've been talking about tonight. You're either a troll that's just trying to upset me, which is probably more likely because most people aren't this ignorant to just come in here and say shit like that unless they're trying to troll. So what you're saying is this thing that's never worked ever will work this time with these idiots in charge? You think? You are one naive person. No wonder capitalism hasn't worked for you. No common sense at all. Anybody that even has common sense, anybody that can see rational thought, knows that communism has never worked. It will never work. It always devolves into the lowest common denominator, which means that 3% of the population is rich and everyone else is poor. That's what socialism is everywhere it's been tried. Yeah, there you go, Lambert. Is that what we want here? What's been going on in Cuba for years? My God, socialism never works. It never works. Socialism never invents medicines. Socialism never has scientific breakthroughs. Socialism is never first to do anything. They're never on the cutting edge of anything. Because it's a maintenance and sustain type situation rather than capitalism, which is a go-get-em situation where we're going to go out and we're going to do our best every day so that we can make a living and we can get rich and we can have a great life. That is capitalism, and there's nothing wrong with that. Well, yeah, it's the narrative in Europe. It's the narrative here. We've got Kami Memdami up there. The very first thing he's doing, he tried to do free buses. That's socialism. He tried, because if the government controls your means, you see what I mean? They give you free buses. You get rid of your car. Now the government controls when you can go somewhere and when you can't. The government sees where you go. They know where you go. They control where you go. That's how socialism works. Now we're doing groceries. They're going to know what you eat, how you eat, when you eat. They're going to be able to control how much of each thing you get. That's socialism. Controlling the means of production and the means of delivery. That's socialism. It never works. Ever. It's falling apart across the entire world. That's correct, William. Because a lot of it was funded by USAID. What a waste of money that was. That was all spreading gayness across the world. That's all that was. Yes, we need to unsocialize housing. We got to get out of the housing business. We got to desocialize the rest of healthcare and get it back to full private ownership. We need to get things out of the government's hands. Anytime the government begins to dabble in something, it becomes a mess. Yes, Heath, they did, but there's a lot of caveats with that. It was a true race, and we beat them eventually. Putting Sputnik up there, it was literally a ball that made a noise and sent out a weak signal that you could pick up. That's all it was. It was nothing. They just had to be first to get something up there. And then look how their space program completely failed. They killed a bunch of astronauts. They've had all kinds of issues. They've covered up all kinds of shit that they did. It's been a big, huge mess. Yeah, China learned a long time ago that why should we invent the wheel? Let them invent the wheel and we'll steal it. And they've been doing that for years. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you. But that's more communism. That's, instead of inventing it ourselves, we're going to rip it off from somewhere else. And where do they rip it off from? Capitalists. Yeah, because capitalists get it done. Capitalists are the ones that invented it. Capitalists are the ones that create a way to produce it. Capitalists are the one that found a way to get it to you. If you like the way you live today, and you like the way you have everything you want in your life, and you like the way things are, thank a capitalist. And if you think being a socialist would be better than you are today, you're nuts. You're just nuts. We live in the best country during the best time ever. And if you don't feel that way, you're wrong. Go try something else go try for a year and come back and see how you think. You're correct, Heath, absolutely. Yep, it's all supply and demand, and all these illegals are creating an imbalance there, and that's why housing prices. When the left bitches about housing prices, the number one thing affecting housing prices right now is illegal aliens. That's it, number one. See, they create a problem, and then they bitch about it. And then they talk you into giving them a bunch of money to fix it, although the money never fixes anything. That's literally how it goes, guys. Wow, that's crazy. Let me see if we can take a little... do I got audio on 3? Let me see.
I believe. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearing. We just jumped out of the car here.
Upper right, guys. We're taking something on this fire here for a few minutes. Stand by.
The Jalalby facility over there as well. But you can see the flames that are burning right there with detours in place right now. And then just the wall of smoke, Sean. I mean, it is, again, significant. And then when, of course, the wind blows, we see it pick up. There you see it start to reactivate. But we do have open flame burning just down the road from where I'm currently standing. This again is over by Francis, by the turn that you'd make to get to the Joe Albee Dwight Merkel facility. So yeah, everything's blocked off in this area, and again, it just looks like it's going to be a difficult evening for fire crews that are currently on scene here working to battle this. I've said it already, Sean, I'm not trying to repeat myself or be redundant, but there's just so much burning. It's just unfortunately the perfect situation for a really bad day here in Spokane. And right there you see, again, a little bit of wind pickup, and you see the flames get a little bit brighter. We just were on scene of a house fire. We were not in a closed off area. But again, Leslie highlighted this. Every single time you get the wind blow, you get embers, you get ash that spread that make this situation that much more difficult. And that is the situation right now on the ground, Sean.
All right, Bradley Warren there. Just this side of Francis, obviously emergency crews shutting down that roadway. And to the north of there, a few blocks, is where you begin Indian Trail Road off Francis, and we hear there is tremendous destruction along that. Many of you posting that on Facebook. I've seen it firsthand. There are homes gone all along Indian Trail, one of many neighborhoods that are amazing day in and day out here right now. It's just a struggle to understand how deeply impacted our entire inland Northwest is right now. This is home. But we will rally and we will stay together and we will stay resilient. I can guarantee you that. I've seen it over many, many years. Let's take you back to Corey. And Corey, I understand you've been in touch with STA.
Yeah, Sean, the operation to take everyone from Spokane Falls Community College down to the convention center continues here. This line of STA buses behind me, they are ready to take anyone who needs to get down to the convention center down there. Still waiting for a final approval of that to get everyone to start making that transition. Of course, there's paratransit buses here as well. There are a lot of people here with mobility issues, so that will be key in this operation to get everyone down there. I did just talk to a bus driver a few minutes ago who's been transporting people all day. This fire, very personal for him. In fact, just a couple of months ago, he actually lost his home in a house fire as well. So he knows what some of these people are going through. He said he just wanted to help in any way he could. So he has been transporting people all day. And he said as this operation continues to get people from here down to downtown Spokane, he's going to be here for as long as it takes to make sure that happens. Now, a side note as well, I don't know exactly if you guys have reported on this yet because it just came to me from my brother who was playing in the Spike and Dig tournament today. I'm sure that got evacuated, as you have said, Sean. If you were playing in that, if you haven't checked your email, he said he just got an email confirming that the Spike and Dig tournament is indeed canceled. So they will not be doing, it's a 2-day tournament. They will not be doing games tomorrow. So if you're a player, I'm sure you already know that, but if you haven't, check your email, check their website as well. But yeah, Sean, we are just here at Spokane Falls. We are going to continue to monitor this operation to get people from down there, or from here down to downtown Spokane. Again, Spokanimal is also on scene here. They are actually offering to take people's animals. Of course, any Red Cross shelter, you can bring your animal if you want, but Spokanimal is also showing up saying if you need a place a safe place for your animal to be, they can take it as well. They're putting out that offer, but I did talk to Spokanimal. They said not a lot of people take him up on that, because in a time like this, being separated from your pet isn't exactly something you want to do. Take a listen.
Red Cross and Heart, with the evacuation orders currently in effect for Spokane County, the fire's going on, so we can help with the companion animals and the co-housing that's happening with their human people here.
And yeah, we've seen dogs, we've seen cats, we've seen mice and rats as well down here at Spokane Falls, as people taking their beloved pets out of their homes and to safety. And again, this is what we're watching right now, Sean, is this line of STA buses waiting for people to load up, take them down to the convention center. The paratransit over there is standing by as well for people with mobility issues. We've also seen AMR here for transport as well. So it's a coordinated effort. A lot of people here trying to just make sure everyone is safe and they can get to where they're going, and they can get those resources, that food, a snack, water, anything to kind of help them through this, as some people are going to be spending the night in that Red Cross evacuation shelter, Sean.
All right, so there you go. We're going to keep watching this as we go on tonight. Now, I got to tell you guys, this sheltering has been a real thing. I want to address this for just a minute. We have got a real situation where sheltering needs to involve three things, okay? It needs to involve a box or two of your paperwork, your prized possessions, things that you want to keep. It needs to involve your pets, and it needs to involve you. And Red Cross, for many years, has screwed the pooch on this. They're such Gestapo pricks sometimes. And trust me, I'm a big supporter of the American Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and Samaritan's Purse. Those are three great organizations. Now, the Red Cross has become very corporatized, and it does less work than it used to and spends a lot more money than it used to, unfortunately. The Salvation Army still does a great job. Samaritan's Purse still does a great job. So the Red Cross, the reason that they've kind of fallen out of favor, and the reason that a lot of people don't give them money anymore, I wouldn't give them any money, is because of the way they have treated pets over the years. Red Cross, you would show up during a Category 5 hurricane at the shelter, and they would make your dog. You'd have to go put your dog in your car, and hopefully he would live. They would not allow the dog, even in a cage, inside the facility at all. They were pricks. For 35 years, they were pricks about this. We used to open up our fire station, our bingo hall, and people could bring their dogs and cats. And I always used to get really pissed at the Red Cross. Now, finally, about the time Hurricane Irma came through here, about 10 years ago, they seem to have learned a little bit. And they had a few pet-friendly shelters. Now, okay, so this is awesome. I can now go with my pet to the shelter. So you show up with your box of important paperwork. They tell you that has to stay in the car. Then you say, well, I have a cat or a dog. Okay, that has to go over in this other building over here. And they make these people bring their caged animal over to another building on the campus and put it in there and lock it in a room with 50 other animals in cages. And they don't let you go back and see your animal but twice a day to feed it. You're allowed 5 minutes twice a day to feed your animal. Why are they such Gestapo pricks? Why are they such assholes? Yeah, I've never understood this. I've actually had a debate with a Red Cross guy one day, and he told me to F off and left. He debates like a liberal. Why? To this day, they will not shelter you and your box of belongings and your animal in the same square. They just won't do it. The shit they make you go put in your car, if it survives the storm, if it doesn't, it doesn't. They don't care. Your pet goes into another room. If he survives, he survives. You can't see him but twice a day for 5 minutes. Yeah. I can't stand how the Red Cross has handled this particular thing over the years. They completely screwed the pooch for years. Do you know how many animals died because they had to be left behind? Because the Red Cross would not take them in a shelter? That blood's on their hands. If you can't take a man or a woman or a family's pet, and you can't afford them a little spot to put 1 or 2 boxes of their most prized possessions, screw you. Screw you. And that's why so many other places have started opening shelters, and not just the Red Cross. See, the county only works with the Red Cross. So all the county shelters are technically Red Cross shelters. But lately, people have been opening a lot of places that aren't county or Red Cross shelters so people can bring their animals and be with their animal during the storm. What is wrong with these people? It's a pet shelter. Everybody there has pets. Everybody there's used to dealing with pets. Everybody should be given a square on the floor where all their shit has to fit inside the square. Vary the size for the number in the family. And let your family and your pets and your stuff shelter together. I don't understand this. And so because of the way this has been over the years, I don't support Red Cross. And I tell people I don't support Red Cross. I don't. I support Salvation Army and Samaritan's Purse. Those are 2 really good 501c3 nonprofits that do a really good job. But Red Cross I would not support, because of the debacle that these shelters have been over the years. Now, have they ever done good work? Of course they've done some good work. I don't hate the people, but I don't support them because I don't believe they support the actual community. If you supported people after a tornado, or you supported people before a hurricane, or you supported people during a flood, you would help them with their animals. Yeah. A lot of times these shelter workers, just like election workers, just like anybody else that does a job very rarely, but it's an important job. So they're out there, and during the time that the flood's going on, they're the big boss, man. They just love telling people what to do. Red Cross has books of rules. You have no idea. It's crazy. Yeah, so and when you give money to Red Cross, it could end up in Mumbai. You don't know. It's an international organization. So is Samaritan's Purse. But I find Salvation Army to be the best. Most of the money will stay more local. It's still a big organization, but much of the money stays local. Salvation Army runs local shelters right here in my county for homeless. They run soup kitchens. They do a lot of great things that Red Cross, frankly, just doesn't do any of that. You know, you'll lose your whole house and your pets and everything to a house fire. You're lucky if Red Cross will show up. They might buy you a night in a hotel room or something It's not like it used to be. So yeah. Remember, I worked in emergency services for years, and I watched how Red Cross has kind of gone downhill, unfortunately. Let me just leave it there. Yeah, I much prefer Salvation Army. And let me tell you something else. After Hurricane, and now this is going way back. This is going so far back, it was 1992. 1992. I showed up in Florida City with a first response team, and our first goal was to find if there was any cops or firemen down there that had survived the storm, because we lost contact with all of them. And we pulled in there, and we set up an emergency operations center in what used to be the La Quinta Inn. And it was pretty much destroyed, but enough of it was standing, and we got a bunch of the ACs working, and the electric still worked. We could hook it up to a big military generator. And so we got there, we got everything set up, and the Red Cross shows up, and they start setting up desks and phones and all this stuff in our EOC. And next thing you know, there's this fat guy running around everywhere. I'm the Red Cross. I'm the commander of the Red Cross for this area. And it was like a big power trip. And this guy, ever since that day in 92 that I met this guy, I've never supported the Red Cross. Because I watched this guy make an absolute ass of himself for 2 weeks. And the Red Cross always, everything's so important. Everything's so important. It's like, you guys are in the way, okay? Yeah, we do science topics, we do politics, we do a little bit of everything. Yep. We are getting close to the end here. It's 11:30 on a Saturday night. I normally go a little late on Saturday nights. Normally we do 2 hours from 9 to 11. And some nights a little short, some nights a little long. A lot of it depends on what's going on. In a van down by the river. One of my favorite sketches. There was no coffee table that was safe around Chris Farley. Let's see here. I think he broke every piece of furniture on that set that day when he was doing the motivational speaker. I'm a motivational speaker. Anyway, well, William, that's the problem. They said if you're going to come to our shelter, you're going to follow our rules. But the thing is, it wasn't their shelter. It was sanctioned by the county, and it was in a government school building. But once they're put in charge of it, man, oh my God. Yeah, it was one of them things. What a pain in the ass. They do some good, though. I don't think it's worth the money, but the money that's given to them, I don't think we get enough good for that, but okay. Whew. All right, what else do we got going on out there? Let's see. You know, I went back and watched a couple episodes of Orville this last week. And what a great show. What an absolute great show. It's not a spoof. It's kind of like a season of Star Trek. I mean, I don't know. They've gone 4 or 5 seasons now. It's been really great. I love it. let's see. I'm looking for anything that's come in live since I went live. Yeah, these spoof lives are just so bad. I just hate that there's so many people spoofing live content now. Anyway, all right. Yeah, Seth MacFarlane's great. He is a funny guy. Yeah, it's over 70 likes. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't hit that like yet, please hit it. It's free. It doesn't cost a thing. Yeah. Eddie Murphy. I love Eddie Murphy. Let me tell you something that you probably don't know. Those Star Trek guys that are out there. You know Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home? The one with the whales, right? You know that one? You know Eddie Murphy was considered for the part of Dr. Gillian Taylor? Yeah, he was called in and actually talked to about the part. And he kind of liked the idea because he's a Trekkie. Not a big Trekkie, but a Trekkie. And he liked the idea, but then Pluto Nash came up. So he got his own space movie, or did he want to have a 6-part, a 6-scene role, which not quite a bit part, but not a starring role either in a Star Trek movie, or did he want to make his own movie? And Pluto Nash was good. So what ended up happening was he ended up turning down Star Trek and going and doing his own sci-fi show. And they then changed it to a female part, and they hired the woman that played Dr. Gillian Taylor. So I just thought that was interesting that Eddie Murphy was actually brought in and talked to about that part and almost took it. I don't know how that would have been. They wanted it to be a funny episode. Of all the movies, Star Trek 4 is the funniest movie. It's got the most funny lines. Hello, computer. Yeah, it's got some of the funniest lines. Remember where they go and they get Chekhov out of the hospital at some point? I mean, it's a really fun show. They got Chekhov in Russian out there asking the cops where the nuclear vessels are. Oh, I love that stuff. And so Star Trek 4 was a great movie. And I wonder how it would have been with Eddie Murphy as that supporting role. Yep, it would have been cool. All right, guys, let's do a last call in the chat room. I'm not hanging up quite yet, but is there any other topics you want to catch real quick tonight before we go off? All right, just a few programming notes. I will be taking vacation the second week in October, and then we're going to be covering Fantasy Fest Live the third week in October. Last year, what are you doing, Mama? Last year, I was on vacation during Fantasy Fest, and we pretty much didn't cover it at all. And a lot of people love Fantasy Fest. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of people having a good time. It's not a queer thing like everybody keeps saying, okay? It's an accepting lifestyle thing. As a matter of fact, over half the people there are straight. But what you're going to find is I don't know. You know what it is? It's kind of like, let me try to figure this out. It's kind of like a nudist convention that gets smashed in with the biggest Vegas party you've ever seen mixed with a gay pride parade. That's about what Fantasy Fest is. And it's a lot of fun. And they've got great cameras down in Key West. We've even got a few more that have come online since last year. So we'll have all the cameras full of just that event. It's pretty cool. The big window, I put the one right there that's looking at the crowd and everybody's waving. It's a lot of fun. So we're going to be covering that. That's the third week in October. So I just wanted to remind everybody that is coming up. And in February, I'll be covering the Edison Festival of Light Parade again, of course. And while I'm on vacation, I'm going to do the best I can, but it's probably just going to be quick news shows in the evening. I'll come on at 9 for about an hour and just do the top headlines with you guys like I do. It won't be the multi-screen. There's not much I can do. When I vacation at my cabin, guys, I have no internet up there. Very little internet. And I have to do what I can do. I've bought boxes. I've paid for services. Nothing helps. And so there is fiber optic there at the bottom of the street. They'll run it up for me. But it's $80 a month at a cabin that I'm at 3 weeks a year. So that's a lot of money. I mean, that's $1,000 to keep internet there. And I only use, it will be nice. I could put a camera there and stuff, and maybe even a repeater or a receiver. And it is a matter of fact, if money gets a little better this year, I'm probably going to go ahead and put the fiber in up there. I want to have the mountain webcam up there, and I'm going to put it up as a webcam. And there's a bunch of stuff I want to do up there. Temperature monitoring, security cameras, also remote control lighting and stuff like that. There's a lot of things I want to be able to do that I can't do right now. Oh boy, something big's going on Skid Row. Here we go. Got a police bike there, and PMS just showed up. Well, we've had issues with Starlink. We tried to do a live video of that during an event at the radio station, and we got all kinds of weird anomalies over it. So it's getting there, but it's still, I don't know. Starlink's going to be difficult because I'm on a wooded lot. It's all hardwood trees. There's no clear view of the sky right off the top, so that's a problem. All 3 cell services are extremely scant up there, to the point that they're almost, you have to go stand in a certain spot to make a phone call, and you do not basically ever get high speed. At night, if you go sit out on the porch and put your phone in a certain spot, you can actually watch a video. And upstairs, there's a spot on my bed. I put this tripod on my bed, and then I stick the phone on the holder on the tripod, and then I put the light on the tripod and everything on there, and the battery, everything goes right on that tripod. So I just sit it up on the bed. I used a big battery and everything, so I can sit it wherever I need to. And I just keep moving it around till I see a couple of bars on there, and then I hit go live. Sometimes I can go live. Most of the times I can. Every now and then I can't. But that's what I'm going to do when I'm on vacation. All right, let me see what you guys are putting in here. Yes, dispatch. I will have time tomorrow to work on that. So call me when you get up. Afternoon would be better. I'm going in the morning to Walmart. I'm going to try to do Walmart like first thing in the morning because I don't like dealing with crowds. First of all, that number 1 is looping. Are you talking about the one that's looping or the one that's rolling? There's nothing in number 1 that's worth anything right now. Those are both offline. Are you talking about like number 2, the one where the ambulance is? I don't see where they're at. I'm going to put this in like super. Oh, they're zooming in. Right as I was setting it up to zoom in, they're zooming in. I can't tell what's what. This is the same view. I've just got the bigger one zoomed in a little bit more. Yeah, thanks, Dispatch. Thanks for all the hard work, you guys, getting those thumbs up. I appreciate it. No, I will not be coming. I don't believe so, no. I would love to go to that Hamfest again, trust me. I'm going to Huntsville this year. I'm going to Huntsville. It's in about 5 weeks. I'm going to Huntsville. That's all I can say. But I don't think I'm going to make Stone Mountain because I'm going up the week afterwards. It's still possible for me to go the first week in October. And if I did that, I could do that. I don't know. Let me think about that. I really would like to go to that Hamfest. It was a great Hamfest. I wonder if they're up inside there. Oh, you bastard. What did you do? God, I hate OBS sometimes. God damn it. It just totally wigged out on me. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't think there's any usable audio on here. Well, there is audio. Yeah, November. Remember, it's not what I say that counts, it's what I mean. Now, that's cool. Yeah, the first week in... Oh, you said it's the first week in November. I thought it was the first week in October. Yeah, if it's... I can't go that late. I have to go pretty much the first or second week in October. Good night, Deploribus. Good night, Dispatch. I'll be talking to you tomorrow. I do want to see that laser show. I've been going to Stone Mountain my whole life. As a matter of fact, believe it or not, we're planning to go to Stone Mountain on the way up second weekend in October. We've been looking at it. It's ADA enough that I can get Mom around in the wheelchair. Her and I have been there 2 or 3, 4 times in the past, 3 or 4 times. There's a lot of things that's not there anymore. We used to love the car museum. It's gone. The zoo's still there, I think, but we don't do zoos really. I like animals, but I'm just not big on zoos for some reason. But there's a lot of things we do there. We like to go up on top. We don't really care about the railroad track ride. the railroad ride. So I don't know. I think we're going to go and we're just going to go up top. There's also a big bell tower there that came from the World's Fair, the 64-65 World's Fair, which I have some kind of weird energy connection with, and I want to go see and touch that particular piece while I'm there. Because I didn't realize it was there the last times. I didn't, I've have this weird connection, guys, with the 64-65 World's Fair in Flushing, New York. It was a very special time. Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, and Walt Disney both were big parts of that. And you can see things that Gene saw at that World's Fair in Star Trek, and you can see how much that propelled Walt Disney. That was when he invented the Omni-Mover, which is the basic dark ride mechanism. And what a great thing. Another thing I know a lot about theme parks. I don't know why. I've studied them over the years. I grew up going to Disney. We went probably every other year, and we would stay 4, 5, 6 days. We would end up going into the park usually 2 different days. We'd stay in Fort Wilderness. We'd go do other things, check out Orlando, Kissimmee. But I always have loved Disney. Now, it's hard lately because it's all woke now, and it's all big corporate horse shit, and the price is now like $200 to get in. So it doesn't have the allure that it used to. But I study, believe it or not, old Disney. I do. I did a deep dive about a month ago in the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I watched about 7 different videos about what happened to all the boats and what happened to the ride, what happened to the lake, all about that whole ride and what happened to it. And the one in California was actually rebranded and stayed in service for a while. It may even still be in service. But the one here, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea submarine ride, which the submarine never actually went below the water. But you think you're going in a submarine and it feels like it's going down. And then you look out the windows and it looks like you're in a submarine. It was a neat ride. It was pretty cool. It was fairly short. And it was neat because I remember it as a kid. I remember getting in and out of those boats and everything. And I got to see what happened to the boats. I got to see what happened to the whole thing, why it was taken out and the whole thing. I love that kind of stuff. I've watched probably everything you can watch on the Haunted House, the Haunted Mansion, both in Anaheim as well as the one here in Orlando. I just love theme parks, and I don't know why. I don't ride roller coasters. It's not a roller coaster thing. In fact, I don't go to roller coaster parks. Like Busch Gardens. Busch Gardens used to be, Busch Gardens, Tampa, Florida, used to be all about Africa. Busch Gardens was an African safari, and you got to go on an African safari and see elephants and see this, and they had a nocturnal cave where you could go in and see all the snakes, and they had all these African dancers and these big halls where you would go eat African food, and it was all a celebration of African society. It was actually pretty cool. As a kid, I can remember how cool it was, and it's slowly, Busch Gardens, Tampa, over the last 30 years, has reinvented and reinvented and reinvented and reinvented. And you know what it is now? It's a roller coaster park. That's all it is. I think there may be one thing where you can still go see animals and stuff, but there's a flume ride, there's about 8 roller coasters, and that's all it is. Oh, here they come again. Making all that noise for nothing. So I would love, anytime you guys want to talk about stuff, you want to talk about rides or Omni-Mover systems or dark rides or specialty lighting and practical effects, and I am in. I love this kind of stuff. See, you guys learn something about me every night. I love it. And I have some bizarre connection to that World's Fair, that 64, 65 World's Fair. Disney was there, Gene Roddenberry was there, and I somehow think I was there 4 years before I was born. I don't know why, but I love that. I study it all the time. I've studied everything down to each individual ride, each individual exhibit. I studied everything from the finances, what went right, what went wrong. I know everything about that, the Unisphere, the whole Flushing, New York thing, where we're at today, what buildings still exist. You know, the 2 UFO buildings still there. And part of that dome, that beautiful dome right below the 2 UFOs, the dome's gone, but the building is still there. And there's people that are trying to save this stuff, of course. And the Unisphere is still there. The big aluminum globe thing, stainless steel globe thing is still there. The Unisphere was the centerpiece of it. And there was some really cool things, like the lights were called luminaries, and the whole place was lit by lights that looked the same. They looked like Tetris blocks, and they were lit by a new technology, a new kind of fluorescent technology, compact fluorescence. It was one of the first time that compact fluorescence was ever used. And they put them in these lights, and they were small little tubes that were inside of these modules that were about this big. And these lights, you can still find them. There's still people that have them. People collect them. A lot of them ended up on the private market. They're pretty big because each block was about this big. And as you got close, when you were in the parking lot, they were small lights. They had like 4 blocks. But as you got inside and you got further towards the middle, they got bigger and bigger and bigger, and they became all these different Tetris shapes. And they had colors. They were always mostly white on the bottom, but the sides were mostly brilliant, beautiful colors. And so they tended to give everything a washed light effect, where you would see red and green and blue on the walls, on everything. Everything was just beautifully colored because of these illuminary light fixtures that they had for the outdoor lighting. By the time you got around the Unisphere, they were like 12 blocks big. They were huge and very bright and very colorful. They used to have fireworks shows and everything there for those 2 years. You know, it was not a sanctioned World's Fair. You know why? Because number one, we had already had a World's Fair within so many years, and we were not eligible to have the World's Fair. Number two, a World's Fair can only last for 364 days. If it goes longer than that, then it's a permanent deal. So they said, because of those 2 reasons, we are not going to sanction. And they even told other countries to not participate because it was a non-sanctioned event. And what that ended up doing was bringing in smaller countries, bringing in smaller exhibits that actually turned out to be better. You know, so that was kind of cool. But it was not a sanctioned World Fair by the World Fair Organization. But they still called it a World's Fair. And the big building that was like the police building for the whole thing, where the organizers, the coordinators, the police, fire, EMS, everything was dispatched out of one building. It was a big, huge building with a big helipad on top. That's still there. You can still see that today. Yeah, I can't do roller coasters, never could. I get off, I hate my life while I'm on it, and then I puke when I get off. Yeah, forget about it. Okay, an omnimover and the monorail, 2 very, very different things. The omnimover is a tracked ride system designed for dark rides. And what it basically is your, whatever it is, your goon buggy, if you're in the Haunted Mansion, or your boat, if you're in the, depending on what ride you're on, okay? The Pirates of the Caribbean did not use the Omnimover system, but most of them did, especially the ones that didn't have water. Any ride that doesn't have water. And what it is, it's a track system, and your car rides on that track system, and it's hooked to the track. And it powers itself off the track, off low voltage. Okay? Not enough voltage to hurt anybody. And also, it gets cues along the way, which plays prompts in your ear. That's why when you're riding through there, the guy will come on and he'll go, "Today in the Haunted Mansion," and your guy's talking to you in your head. If you listen closely, about 5 seconds after yours starts talking, you can hear the one behind you start talking, because there's triggers that trigger that audio. Each Omnimover can be programmed, or I should say the Omnimover program, it can be programmed so that when your car reaches waypoint 35, it tilts back and to the right. And then when it reaches 36B, it turns back and goes straight again. It allows you to have a ride experience that's nice and smooth, but that you can lean back and lean forward and tilt left and tilt right and speed up and slow down, and you're not connected directly to the car in front of you or the car behind you. It's really cool. And there's different versions of this. There's more trained versions of it, where the cars are hooked together. There's other ones where they're completely autonomous. But this is called the Omnimover system. And he came up with the idea for the 64-65 World's Fair. Do you guys know what famous ride was built for that World's Fair and is still being used today? That's my trivia question. Who can tell me the ride, the Disney World ride, I'll give you the hint, the Disney World ride that was created by Walt Disney and General Electric. I'm giving you guys all kinds of clues here. And it's still in use today in Florida, and you can go see it today. Not right now, though. It's closed. They'll be pissy if you go now. But, yep. I'm going to leave it for a minute. I want to see if anybody knows this. And don't Google it. Don't Google it. Keep it real. There's one ride that was, there's actually two. I'll accept either one, but there's one specific one I'm looking for that was sponsored by General Electric. And, no, it wasn't the Matterhorn. I want to say good guess, but I don't know. No, it wasn't the Matterhorn. It was, I'll give you guys a few minutes. I bet you'd say, no, it wasn't Space Mountain. No. I don't think there was any like roller coaster type rides at the World's Fair. Those kind of come along later on. No, I don't go on Space Mountain. It's a roller coaster. It's actually it's not the worst roller coaster in the world. I probably could do it, but I don't want to. They got a chicken shit line, and when you wait in line with your family, and then at a certain point it says people that don't want to ride go this way. And I go this way, and there's like a little lounge there where you can wait for your family. Nope, not Dumbo, not teacups. Oh, you got to get to Disney. Tomorrowland. I'll give you half credit. It's sitting in Tomorrowland. It's actually sitting in Tomorrowland. That's where it currently resides, where it has resided. It left the World's Fair and was brought and reset up in Anaheim at Disneyland, and then I don't know, less than a decade later, it was packed up again and moved to Tomorrowland in the Magic Kingdom here at Disney Orlando. All right, I'm going to give you the answer, and you guys have probably, I'm hoping someone in here has been on it besides me. The Carousel of Progress. The Carousel of Progress is absolutely an amazing ride where you take a trip through memory lane about all of the things that have been invented over the years. It's such a fun ride. Carousel of Progress. Heath, you knew what it was. You just weren't sure of the name. But yeah, that's the one. You got it. Yeah. Yeah, Heath got half of it, and I'll give the other half to sarcastic Susie. So, but yeah, it's the Carousel of Progress that was originally sponsored by the General Electric Corporation. And in the very first scene, the guy's talking about how it's great. Everything's normal. It's 1890, whatever. Electricity has not been invented yet. Everything's cool. And then in the next one, they invented this thing called electricity, and there's wires run everywhere, and there's new appliances, and the guy talks about it, and when he talks about each thing, it lights up or it does whatever. And then on the third one, you get to see what it was like 20 years later, when all the wiring was wired in the walls, and it was more like the 60s. And then the final scene used to be the 80s, but that didn't work. So they've actually upgraded the end scene 2 or 3 different times. They've redone the entire end scene. Now it jumps like 20 years, 20 years, 20 years, and now it jumps like 60 years. But that's okay, I still love it. And in the final one, it's supposed to be our future, but it ends up not even being futuristic anymore. Everything they do in there, we do now. Hey, D-Beard, welcome in. We're just finishing up. We're watching what was a pretty big incident here on Skid Row, but we're not sure exactly what's going on. The big screen is just a zoom in of the little screen, and we're just trying to see if we can see what's going on here. The police look like they're dealing with something here. I don't know. Oh, you bastard. I am so sick of the way OBS does the screens. I like this program, but there's just certain things. All right, I'm going to scrunch this just a little bit so we can get more in here. I guess there might have been a fight in that bar or something. EMS showed up. I don't know if they transported anybody, though. We missed it if they did. Yep, the Carousel of Progress was actually one of my favorite rides. It was really just a great. I used to love Pirates of the Caribbean. Was another one I really liked. They've taken all the whores out of that one now because it's politically incorrect to have hookers in your ride. Let's see, the Haunted Mansion was always my favorite because I love hauntings and I love dark rides and I love Omnimover rides. So I absolutely love, a little bit of trivia here. The Haunted Mansion and the Haunted House, the Haunted Mansion in both Anaheim and in Florida was a walking tour at first. Yeah, you would walk the Haunted Mansion. And then once Disney perfected the People Mover system, that was then introduced there. With a People Mover system, you could get a lot more people through your ride in an hour. But yet they would get a better show because they don't have to walk. And what was really cool was you could time it now because everybody's moving at the same speed. You don't get bunch ups and problems. You don't have people dipping under ropes and stealing things and all this. When they're on that Omnimover ride and the thing comes back, it's pretty hard to get out. And it works really well. I heard they were going to update it again. There was always a chance that it wouldn't come back, but every time it comes back. Yeah, they'll be redoing that end scene again. But yeah, I love the Carousel of Progress. If you guys have never seen it, just go look it up. There's a high definition one that they did with a tripod, so you can actually watch it as if it was a show. And you might be surprised at how absolutely ingenious it is. And then think about the fact that it was built in 1963 and 1964. And it's been moved to from Flushing, New York to Anaheim, California, and then back to Orlando, Florida, where it lives today. And it's been running almost ever since, except when it's down for maintenance. I hate to say it, it's become so expensive now, I can't recommend it, but I love Disney. I used to love going, we would take our, we had like a motorhome. We called it a motorhome. It's just a camper, you know, with a cab on the front. And we would drive it up there. And my mom and dad would get off work. Their bosses would let them off work an hour or two early on Friday if we were going out of town. And mom would come home from the bank and dad would come home from the plumbing company. And we would jump in I would be sitting there in the driveway. We were already packed because we packed the day before. Everything was ready. And it was even so bad, sometimes we'd pull out and one of my parents would change in the camper going down the road. We were just assholes and elbows to get out of there because we had a 3-hour drive ahead of us before we got to Orlando. And we would shoot up through the middle of the state, either up 17 or 27, and we'd get into Kissimmee, come in the back way. It's all back roads. I love it. No highway. And we'd pull up in there, and it was good. And we would go to what they called Fort Wilderness, which is still there. It's the campground. And we would stay there. They had shows there at night for the campers, and it was really, really cool. There was street lights on the streets, and you could walk around in there at night, and it was all very wooded and very cool. All right, Ted, have a good one, man. We'll catch you later. So we would go there and get checked in. Usually it was, by the time we got there, it was like 9 o'clock. And we would check in, pull into our campsite. My dad would hook up all the hookups. And then we would go to sleep. I mean, it was tough because we were there, we were excited, and go to bed. I can still remember that. And we knew the sooner we go to bed, the sooner we can get up the next morning. And we'd set an alarm and get up at 7 o'clock, and by 8 or 8:30, we're on the boat going across the lake from Fort Wilderness over to the Magic Kingdom, which back then we didn't call the Magic Kingdom. We called it Disney World because Disney World was one park back then. But then as I got through my teens, they started adding water parks. They started adding all kinds of different parks. And eventually Epcot, MGM Studios, which is now Disney Studios, and Downtown Disney, they've added a bunch of different things. Oh yeah, there's all stories of different rides being haunted. The ride that gets the most news is generally Pirates of the Caribbean. It's supposedly more haunted than the Haunted Mansion, but who knows? Apparently some electrician died while they were making the ride. I don't know. I think a lot of it's folklore. But yeah. I would love to have a night at Disney where I could just explore, illegally, of course, where I could just walk around and explore all the rides, you know, and explore all the different back end of everything. And I would love that. That would be so cool. I'm not really into trespassing, though. There is guys on, if you think that's funny, there's guys online. I've watched it. There's guys on YouTube that challenge each other to stay overnight at Disney World. And they do. One guy had an electrical box delivered to Disney World. I'm not shitting you. He had it delivered to one of the side entrances by one of the hotels. And he met the guys there, and he signed the clipboard like he worked there, and he showed them where to put it. He found this pad. He showed them where to put it. They put it there. It had a little bedroom set up inside. It was like a big electrical box. I couldn't believe it. The distance these people go through in order to stay the night, to be able to stay overnight at Disney, not in a hotel. You got to stay there somewhere. And it's a fun challenge. They all end up getting kicked out for life, though. That's the bad part. You get caught, you're done. And you need an ID to go to Disney World. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of really cool things. The Hall of Presidents is great, where each president stands up or acknowledges when they call his name. Lincoln speaks, Trump speaks. There's 2 or 3 of them that speak. It's pretty cool. I mean, I like that one. Very patriotic right around there. See, like, if I could only go to one park for the rest of my life, I could only go to one park. If you're like, look, you get one more day at Disney World, where is it going to be? Probably Epcot. I think even though I'm nostalgic for Magic Kingdom, it's changed so much over the years that I actually identify more with Epcot. The big rides at Epcot, the big ball, Spaceship Earth, all the different big rides there. Now, a lot of the big rides I used to like are gone. The big dinosaur ride, they turned it into a big lesbian ride, and that didn't last long, and now it's gone. That was called Horizons. There was another one where you went inside the human body, and you went into like a submarine, and they shrunk you down and injected you into, like that movie they made years ago. And you got to go in and you had to neutralize something in the guy's brain or something. And it used the exact same technology that they used for the Star Wars ride. Same shuttlecrafts and everything. It painted differently, of course, but and all it is it's a ride that does this. You sit in it and it does this, and you're looking out the view screens, and the view screen is not connected, so it actually looks like you're in a vehicle that's flying. It's actually pretty cool. That ride's gone. That whole pavilion's gone. And then the trip through transportation that they used to have is now turned into Test Track. This used to be an amazing ride. It was sponsored by General Motors, and it was the history of automobiles. And the first scene is a bunch of guys with a bunch of horses that don't want to do anything. And then you come around the corner, and here's a guy driving the brand new Model T that they just built. You know, and it would go through the progression of cars all the way through. And I thought it was a really, really good ride. It's gone. So that's 3 rides in a row that are gone. And then, oh my God, let's talk about some of the other ones. The Living Oceans, the Living Seas ride used to be a really cool ride. When you walked in, you had to go through this like elevator, and the elevator felt like it was taking you way down below the ocean, and then the doors on the other side would open, and you would enter into what is the sea base that we had way down in the ocean, okay? And it was really cool, except you really didn't move anywhere at all. The floor just went up and down a little bit, and then you walked out the other side of the elevator. But you didn't realize that. It felt like you went way down. And then they had divers doing stuff, and they had a big dive tube down the middle, and the divers would come down the tube, and then all the water would come out of the tube, and then the diver would open the door and walk out and talk to everybody. It was cool as hell. It was really neat. They had all these different things going on, you could learn about this and learn about that and all that. About half of it's still there. The illusion of going down under is gone. You just walk in now. The ride at the beginning that you used to take this long ride to get down there, that's turned into, now it's Nemo and the fish, and it's fake fish and real fish all mixed together, and it's like a virtual reality thing. It's okay. I kind of missed the seriousness when they were trying to convince you that you were on this ocean base, right? So it's about 50% as good as it used to be. The next one around, the land. The land was really cool, still kind of cool. The land features a number of different things. See, I could work for Disney. I just thought about this. I couldn't talk shit no more, but I could work for Disney. Anyway, I'm doing all this from memory. The land, big, huge glass pyramid looking building, really cool. In that building, when you walked in, it's a huge 5-story atrium that goes way up there with several rows of, where you can go up and walk around. And there's different things on different levels. And there was like these big balloon things going up and down in the middle. It was very cool. And it was all about healthy eating and new ways, scientific ways of growing food. And they had this one movie you could go watch. It was like 15 minutes. It was pretty good. I did it. And then after that, you go down and you get on these boats, and it's a floating ride. It's not an omnimover. It's a track float ride. And you get in that. It's not a dark ride. It's a regular ride. You get in that, and it goes in and out of the building, and you get to see radishes growing with no dirt. You know, you get to see all these different things, and you go through this farm where all these fish are being grown and everything. It was really cool. That's come down a little bit, but they've added some like scene stuff and taken away some of the really cool stuff in that ride, but it does still exist from what I understand. They did add another ride on the back of that building called Soarin', and Soarin' is one of their highest rated rides. It's a neat ride. You walk up and you step up into this thing, and you put your butt in a seat that's kind of up like this, and you hold on to the handles, and the thing closes up on you. And now you're in there like almost like you're skydiving. And then the thing goes like this, and now it's like you feel like you're skydiving. and then the screen comes on. And what it is all of us are all just sitting there skydiving, and we're looking at this big round screen in front of us that's 7 stories tall and 1,000 feet wide. And because it's a big round screen, if you just look forward, it looks really real. The problem is they cut the scenes abruptly, and it kind of takes the experience away, but it's still a good ride. I think if they could make it one fluid ride where there's not abrupt scene changes within the ride, I think it would be better. But yeah, really, really cool ride. That one's called Soarin' in the Land. And then the next one's probably one of the bigger disappointments. That's the Imagination Pavilion, and that is a building, another big glass pyramid-looking building, beautiful. They light it up all colors at night. It's beautiful. And in that ride, they used to have this long ride where you would take a trip into imagination, and you would meet this guy that looks like Santa Claus, but it's not Christmas. And he would talk to you all about, hey, well, this is imagination, and all you got to do is think, and it happens. And his little cohort was Figment, I've got a little Figment doll somewhere from like 30 years ago. And Figment was like the little purple dinosaur. And it was a great ride. It was awesome. There was all the different things Figment was learning about, his imagination and everything, and there was all kinds of crazy stuff in every scene. Well, Disney got a hold of it. After this thing was so successful for so many years, and when you got out of the ride, you went up this long escalator and through this colored tube that was like changing colors with neon color lights, and you would end up in an experimentation center where you got to walk up to all these different things and experiment with things. Like, you know those things with all the needles that go through it? You can put your hand in it and it makes an image of your hand. They had table sizes of those. They had upright ones that you could walk up to and stuff. Really cool stuff. That's all gone. The ride is now half as long as it used to be. And it's about this science guy now. They've taken the fat guy out, which I like, and now there's this goofy science guy, and he's trying to explore imagination, and they took the dinosaur out. They took everything out, and people hated it. They hated it. Worst reviews of a ride ever. And so what Disney ended up doing was they went ahead and put Figment back into it. They rewrote it to be more like the old ride, but yet still keep the features of the new ride. And it's passable as a ride if you've got kids. I think if I went today, I probably wouldn't bother because I've already rode it a couple times and it's just not that good. Used to be the Imagination Pavilion was amazing. Also, there was a theater on the side that used to play the Michael Jackson 3D movie, and that was really a great movie. There was also Honey, I Shrunk the Audience that played there for a while, and you actually got shrunk down, and people would carry around you as the audience. And the whole audience would move. It was one of those theaters where the whole bottom of the theater would move, and they would shoot shit in your face, and fog would come down, and everything else, rain. It was cool. It was like a virtual theater. And when you got shrunk, people would pick up the entire room and start carrying it around, and everybody's like, oh my God. It was really good, dude. It was really good. I don't even know if that's there anymore. Then, once you did all the rides I just told you, and then Spaceship Earth is the big ball in the middle, okay? And the big ball in the middle used to be a ride all about communications. It was sponsored by AT&T, okay? And yeah, I think the tube is still in there, but I don't think they do any of the diving stuff anymore. They upgraded the film at Soarin'. Good, because I was not happy with the film the way they cut it. Hopefully it's better. I'm sure others had the same problem. But yeah, there you go. Let's see here. So anyway, that ended up being the front half. And the big ball was about communications. And when you rode in the big ball, it was an omnimover. And in this omnimover, you would go up steep hills, you would come down steep hills, you would turn this way and look at this scene, you'd turn this way and look at this scene. That was so cool about omnimover. And the whole thing was a big ride. And at the very end, you would come up into what is about the midway point inside that ball. And your ride would go all the way back, and you would look up, and up over your head is space and the moon. It was so beautiful. It looked like real. It looked like you were really outside, and the moon was so big and bright. It was just beautiful. And I used to love that ride. I hear now it's all jacked. I don't know. I don't think it's not AT&T anymore. It's not about communications anymore. I don't know what they've done with it. So, in other words, every single ride that's there has changed significantly since I was going there 30 years ago. 25 years ago. Everything has significantly changed. Now, some people would say, wow, that's good. They've upgraded it. I'm telling you guys, I would rather it be the way it was 30 years ago. I would much rather it be like it was 30 years ago than the way it is today. But then you walked out into the back part of that theme park. That theme park has two distinct halves. You've got the front half and the back half. The back half is called Country Showcase, I think is what it's called. World Showcase. That's what it's called, World Showcase. And my favorite one, my favorite number one and number two were right on the left when you cross the bridge. Number one, Mexico. Great food. What's really cool about the Mexican one, because you know me, I love Mexican food, right? What's really cool about the Mexican one, I think I was Mexican in my last life. I'm pretty sure, senor. Anyway, you go in there and you walk in, and then you have to walk like around this thing. And then when you come around behind the thing, like a big round thing, everybody has to walk around one side or the other. Once you come in, it's like being outside. It's like nighttime, and there's a breeze coming through. It feels like nighttime. There's like lights hanging up. The sky is purple like twilight. They've got the roof is a big sphere, and they've got it all lit. It's really cool. It's very dimly lit with stars, and when you're in there, you forget that you're not outside at night. And I used to love to go. We would always do everything in the morning, and then usually around lunchtime we would go in the Mexican restaurant, and sometimes we'd eat there, but we would at least go into the Mexican exhibit because we do the ride. There's a ride in there. It was a cool little ride about Mexican history and all that, and then we would do the ride. It was always nice and cool in there, and then we would just sit and hang out and check out the shops. It was a cool place to go hang out for an hour during a hot day. And that was the Mexican ride. The next one was the Nordic, Norway. What a fun ride that was. They had a ride there called the Maelstrom. And it's one of the rougher rides you find that's not a roller coaster. And that boat would bump into everything and splash water on you, and lightning and thunder and rain. I mean, it was really cool. I loved that ride. I used to go on that ride 2 or 3 times in a row just because I loved the special effects and I loved everything about it. That ride's now gone. They've taken a lot of the aggressiveness out of it, and it's now a ride about some snow princess or some bullshit from one of their dumb movies. And so now that's stuck up there. Yeah. So anyway, then that was the Nordic ride. It's gone now. What's there now is okay, but it's not near as good as it used to be. Again, anytime Disney changes something, it's a downgrade. It might as well be Windows, you know? I mean, anytime Disney does anything, it's a downgrade. Okay? They downgraded a couple of countries, and other countries they didn't do stuff with. To be honest, the rest of the countries didn't have that much that's interesting. There was a thing in the Americans in the very back in the middle, and it's beautiful. I like to go through it just because it's a piece of Americana. You get to walk in and there's things going on in there. I think you go in and see presidents speak or something. It's not like the Hall of Presidents over in the Magic Kingdom, but it's pretty cool. And then there's other countries. There's Japan. There's Canada. What's there to see in Canada? I mean, come on. So it's pretty cool. I like to walk all the way around the lake, but there's not a whole lot to do in some of these other countries. Now, my information's old. I'm sure a lot of this has been changed or updated. Yes, Frozen. That's what they took out the maelstrom and made it about that movie, Frozen. Yeah. Yeah, and it sucks. It's not as good. But that's Epcot, guys. I just told you all about the entire thing. That's Epcot, the whole thing. And then at night there's a big fireworks show, and then when you're leaving, the ball is all LED lights, and it looks like the planet spinning, and it's really, really cool. And so, yeah, Epcot's definitely worth seeing. I don't know if it's worth $200. You have to decide. It is very expensive. The only way I would do Disney if I was you, okay, is you got to use a travel agent. I don't normally use travel agents, but if you're coming in from out of state to do Disney, use a travel agent. Sometimes you throw them $100, but they can save you $500. You know what I mean? If nothing else, if you're AAA, check there for discounts. And then if not that, you can find other discounts. But you want to work it a little bit if you're going to go. And I'll tell you something else. People don't realize there's good days and bad days to go to Disney, okay? Weekdays are always just a few % less people than weekends. Not enough to really worry about. However, if you don't like busy parks, September is the month. September is the month. You would think December, right? Or the dog days of winter in February, or the dog days of summer in August. Those would be the busy days, right? Nope. It's September, and I'll tell you why. All the kids go back to school in September. Nobody's planning a trip to Disney World right before we go back to school. Nobody does it. It's something psychological. And for some reason, both local, national, and international guests to Disney World all drop to their lowest levels in September. In fact, you can actually go in and find what day in September would be the best day. It's like the 22nd, I think, last year. It was the 22nd. And that's the day of the year that has the very lowest attendance. It's still hot like summer. It's still disgusting hot like summer. Yet the kids are going back to school. And because of all the different things going on, September is the month to go to Disney World. Yeah, I could work the tram and tell people about everything. And to finish telling you earlier, Heath asked about the monorail, and I never finished talking about the monorail. The difference between the Omnimover and a monorail, the Omnimover is designed to move you through a small ride or even a big ride, and it does it by fixing onto a track. The monorail is different, okay? It is a top riding monorail. Some monorails hang below the rail. Others ride above the rail. The one at Disney World is a top riding monorail, and it basically has a U shape that goes down over the monorail, and then there's wheels in there that run along the monorail, both on top and on both sides, to keep it running along with the monorail. A mono means one, rail means a guiding device for a transportation car or whatever, and that's what this is. So you've got a single mono rail, okay, and that's why it got the name monorail. So the monorail is designed to transport people over a longer distance, and it's more of an outdoor thing. The monorail's fun. I've rode the monorail probably 40 times in my life, 50 times. It's really cool. They usually invite 1 or 2 people to sit up in the cab with the driver. It's pretty fun. I've done that once. I've rode in the front. I've rode in the back. What's neat about the monorail is if you only have one day in Disney World and you walk really fast and you want to get a lot done, you can, for extra $20, you can buy an unlimited travel pass, and you can actually go to Disney World for 3 hours, 4 hours, ride the 5 big rides, ride Space Mountain, Haunted House, the Pirates of the Caribbean, the Carousel of Progress, and then get the hell out of there. Go up, get on the monorail station. It's not going to be busy. You can get right on the monorail. They come every 7 minutes. You get on the monorail, and you can now take that monorail to the other parks. It services at least 2 or 3 other parks. And we used to use the monorail a lot. If the monorail's busy or it's not going to the park you're going to, you can use the Disney bus system. It works well as well. Yep, the double-decker bus. I could work at Disney, and I hate Disney. It's kind of a weird thing. I have a love-hate with Disney World. I really do. Yeah, I think Disney's great. It's just, unfortunately, like everything else in our society right now, it's been taken over by communists, and they're woking it and DEIing it and
of MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+.
It to death, and just everything you could imagine. It sucks. It's almost like watching a place you really love burn down over the years, and it took 20 years to do it. Yeah, they had one fatal monorail accident years ago. It was just an honest mistake, and the guy come around the corner and rammed into another monorail. Luckily, it was after the park was closed, and only the driver was injured. He was killed. But it was human error, and it happens. It sucks, but there's pictures and video of that online. But it is what it is. Let's see here. It sucks, too, because the guy, all he ever wanted to do was drive the monorail, and he got a job at Disney World to drive the monorail. That's what he wanted to do, and he ends up dying in the fucking thing. Anyway, whatever. It kind of just sad. All right. Yep, and then you got at Disney Studios, and people always get Disney MGM Studios, which is now called Disney Studios. They get that mixed up with Universal Studios. It's 2 totally different theme parks. Universal's not owned by Disney. Disney, the Disney movie park is. And I even get them mixed up sometimes. Because like Back to the Future ride, which was really good, the Jaws ride, all these are gone, by the way. I think the MIB ride is gone now. It was fun. But all those 3 rides I just mentioned, and the ET ride, if it's still there or not, I think it's gone. Those are all Universal. Okay, and then you had the Disney MGM parks where they've got the Star Wars experience, the Indiana Jones experience. I don't know of these what's left. That's where they had the great movie, the great motion picture ride, which was one of my favorite rides, and it's gone. They took it out. As a matter of fact, you can still go on and ride and look up the last motion picture movie ride, I think it's called. and you could actually see here it is, the great movie ride, the final ride. I'll give you the link. You may not be interested, but what a great ride, and this was the last time they ever did it. It actually mixed a few live action actors along with the ride, and it was a great ride. You go in, at one point, you're in the scene. You're sitting right in the middle of the scene in your big Omnimover car. Right in the middle of the scene in Wizard of Oz, where she's starting out on the yellow brick road and the Lollipop Guild was out there. Remember all that and all that bullshit? That scene is played out for you. And the witch comes up out of the ground with the smoke and the lights. And she would, I'm going to get all of you. And she'd point at everybody and be all bitchy. And then I used to love that, dude. And all the little guys were singing and everything and coming out of the different windows and doors. And then eventually you move into this next one. It was like gangsters. And then the Wild West, it was like a shootout going on. And they're shooting over you and you hear ping, ping, ping. It was pretty cool. And then eventually you come around and you're on the space station in Aliens 2. Aliens, the movie with the S. What a great flick. One of my favorite all-time science fiction movies, Alien, with Sigourney Weaver. Yeah. Oh, man, I love that. That one had Paxson in it, and he had some of the best lines. Won't you put her in charge? I love that. Elevator to hell, going down. I do that on our other show. This one of Trey and I's favorite movies. And every time something crazy's going on or something, I'll go, elevator to hell, going down. But you're literally on the space station. And Ripley's sitting there with her gun, and the alien comes right out of the ceiling at you. It's like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting it to come down from above. And then you end up, God, I'm trying to think other movies. There was 2 or 3 other movies you went through, and then it would come back around and you would disembark. This made people emotional because this particular ride had actors that have been acting in this ride for years. They loved their job, and they just shut this shit down. This was a great ride. This was a great ride. And the fact that Disney X'd it pisses me off. You used to enter this ride through a replica of the Chinese theater. And inside there, they had real movie props in there. As a matter of fact, one time I went there, one of the 6 or 7 pairs of ruby slippers was there. They were on loan from wherever. And there was all kinds of different things in there from different movies. And I really loved that ride, and it's gone forever. Have you guys noticed all the rides I really like are gone? Except Haunted House, the Haunted Mansion, Pirates of the Caribbean. I'll count Space Mountain, even though I don't go on that one, but that's a great old ride. That's really it. That's really it. Carousel of Progress, of course. There's a couple of other rides that I would ride because they're nostalgic. One of them is the Webway People Mover. It's a magneto-electric vehicle that travels on magnetic forces. It's really cool, and it takes you for a ride through Space Mountain. That's how I get to see Space Mountain. And it's a nice, slow, easy ride. And it takes you all around Futureland, and you can see in all the different rides. It's really cool. It's called the Webway Omnimover. The Webway People Mover, I think is what it's called, yeah. Oh, let's see here. And that big castle in the middle is just mostly for looks. There's like nothing there to do. You just walk through it. I think there's a restaurant there. Oh, that's cool, D-Beard. Well, you got to go. That's the main thing. Hey, the Lone Silencer. What's up, buddy? And Snow Baby, I don't think I said hi to you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, there's been a few alligator attacks on property. I think they've successfully killed all the alligators now. There's plenty of them everywhere else, trust me. We have no shortage of gators down here. All right, guys, any questions? I need to sign off soon. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I've been doing this for 4 hours. And, yeah, 3 hours and 44 minutes online. And by the way, thank you, everybody. Tonight has served as another plugs out test for my computer. All I did was take the memory sticks out and mix them up and put them back in again. And now it's working. I looked it up. I think it could have been caused by a bad connection. Maybe one of the chips had something on one of the teeth, and it was not connecting. And so every now and then it would throw a fail to store error. I think that's what it was. We just went 4 hours in multi-screen mode, and I haven't had an ounce of problems with it. So that is good news. So it looks like I'm back up and running here on my main system, which I'm happy about. I did tell it. I said, look, if you keep it up, I'm going to burn you down. I'm telling you. And the computer listened. It's like, oh, hey, I don't want to be phasered. Yeah. There's supposedly some offices up in there, but I don't know. I think it's very interesting. You guys know what forced perspective is? The castle looks like it's 20 stories tall. It's actually only like 7. And how do they achieve that effect? Well, every window as you go up gets smaller. Everything, it's called forced perspective. They do a lot of, there's things in Disney that you guys don't know. They use a lot of forced perspective, and they use a lot of go away green. And I'll explain both of those. Forced perspective is the same thing they used on the Enterprise when they show the engine room, and you look you look behind the engine room and you see the impulse drive back there, and it looks like it stretches 60, 70 feet into the distance. That's forced perspective. That room's only 15 foot deep. But each of those pillars, as it goes back, gets smaller by 20%. So when you look at it, your eyes are like, oh man, that's a 90 foot deep room. No, it's a 15 foot deep room. They've tricked you by using forced perspective. Well, they do the same thing, and it works on TV or in person. They do the same thing on most things at Disney. If you see a big, huge thing at Disney that looks like it's 6 or 8 stories tall, it's not. It's actually only 3 or 4 stories tall. And what they do is the windows on the 4th floor are only this big. The windows on the 3rd floor are this big. The windows on the 2nd floor are this big. And so when you look up at it, it looks like it stretches way up into the sky, and it gives you that forced perspective, a perspective that's artificial, basically. And you think that it's different than it actually is. I think that's really cool. That castle is only about 1/3 as tall as you think it is. And that's why they don't have a lot of office space and stuff up in the castle. People have asked, what's up there? Well, not much. Why? Well, because as you go up in the castle, everything gets much smaller because it's forced perspective. Go away green. Let me talk to you guys about go away green. In Disney, they formulated a specific color that if you paint something this color, it disappears. It's true. It's called go away green. We use it for everything here too. Like if you're going to have a water box in your yard and it's unsightly, you would paint it flat green or black, something where you would ignore it. It wouldn't be something you would see. In Disney, They have a color that they actually have I don't know if they got the patent, but it's their color. They came up with it using all kinds of sciencey stuff. They came up with the perfect color. It's a pale green, and it's flat. There's no gloss. And they paint everything that color. If they put up a big, huge construction wall, the whole wall is go-away green. And then they sit things in front of it, like a cotton candy booth, or a little promptu store, or a thing for strollers, a thing for wheelchairs, whatever. They have a very cool way of putting up a wall, painting it this green color, and then putting things up in front of it, and you never realize that there's a big construction project going on just on the other side of that wall. They do the same thing if it's a little spigot in the garden, they'll paint it go-away green. Whatever they paint that go-away green color, it works. They also have go-away brown, but they don't use it near as much. And so it's kind of a cool thing. So when you go there, I always try to look for things that are purposely painted go-away green and then covered up with different things to make it kind of go away. I think it's neat. All right, dispatch. Yeah, we'll get together tomorrow. I got the ringer on the phone. We'll get together tomorrow. Yep. All right, everybody. I'm going to call it. We're coming up on 4 hours here. 3 hours and 51 minutes of broadcasting tonight. I want to thank the 745 people that watched tonight and the 25 of you that stuck out all the way to the end. And a special thanks to my members and my moderators, especially Dispatch out there, making sure we got the thumbs up. Thank you, everybody. And thanks for your time watching tonight, for all my viewers. It's very important. And for the success of the channel. So thank you very much for being here. And if you guys can figure that hype thing out, come back in 20 minutes, pull the video up and hype it if you know how to do that. I'm just kind of figuring it out myself, but I'm supposed to be reminding you guys to hype it. Also, throw a comment in, and don't forget, of course, the thumbs up. These are all things that help the algorithms. There's certain things that help the algorithms, like when you're going to bed, just leaving one of my videos playing. Believe it or not, that helps the algorithms more than you'll ever know. Viewer time is everything. And so it makes a big difference. Yeah, maybe the dwarfs live up there. Are we allowed to say dwarf anymore? I don't think you're allowed to call them that. Maybe the little people live up there. The small people? Is it small people? Little people? Wee people? I don't know. I'm still pissing Indians off when I call them Indians somehow. You know what's funny? Indians don't mind being called Indians. White liberals don't like calling them Indians. Isn't that weird? Like, what do you call a black American? You know what I call him? American. If you're a citizen here, you're an American. That's what you are. If you decide to add something to it, that's up to you. I'm sick of all the titles and then, oh, no, you're an American. That's what you are. All right, so there we go. Then that's going to do it for tonight. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I do appreciate it. And we'll catch you guys next time. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth, right here on StarShip Adventures, broadcasting worldwide on YouTube, the world's largest broadcast platform. And we're going to go ahead and sign off for tonight. We'll see you guys on tomorrow, tonight. Now, I'm going to be home tomorrow. I'm going to be working with Dispatch for a little while. I'm going to be working on the computer. I'm going to be working on a bunch of stuff here at my house. I'm going to watch for breaking news, okay? And if there's something breaks, I'm going to go on. I watched today, and nothing broke. It was a dead news day. There's that one shooting, which I didn't even get to tonight. There was one shooting tonight, multiple killed, several injured after a gunman opens fire in an In-N-Out restaurant in Idaho. The suspect is reported dead. So there you go. That's what's going on. Twin Falls Police Chief Matthew Hicks said multiple law enforcement agencies responded to what he described as a very chaotic active shooter scene. He confirmed there were multiple fatalities, including the suspect gunman, but the authorities were still working to notify victims next of kin before they can actually release the names. Authorities have not released the suspect shooter identity or determined a motive. So remember, if we find out tomorrow, he's going to be a leftist. If we find out a week from now, he's going to be a transgender. Let's see. Hicks said investigators are interviewing potential witnesses. They have hundreds of people working the case. The FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives are assisting. Today has been a very hard day here in Twin Falls, according to the chief. So there you go. That's what that was. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. That's the big news of the day, shooting in Idaho. All right, so there we go. All right, everybody, have a good night out there. KO4 EFS signing off from Southwest Florida. Everybody have a great night out there and a wonderful tomorrow, and we'll see you back later tonight at 9 p.m. or earlier if news breaks. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. This is the YouTube channel StarShip Adventures, broadcasting live from StarShip Studios in North Fort Myers, Florida, in the United States of America. We thank you for joining us this evening for another broadcast of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, covering every breaking news story across this troubled planet of ours. We brought you the raw, unfiltered pulse of the world in real time through our unique multi-screen format, broadcasting in high definition worldwide via fiber optic connection. StarShip Adventures, a new kind of YouTube content. To our regular viewers, our loyal crew members, our amazing moderators, and everyone who tunes in each night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we thank you. Your support keeps this independent voice alive and well. We'll be back tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Eastern with another live edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, right here on StarShip Adventures. Until then, stay safe, stay informed, and may God bless you and these United States of America. This is StarShip Adventures, and this concludes our broadcast day. Good night, America, and around the world. Kilo Oscar 4, Echo Foxtrot Sierra, signing off. QSY, 7-3s, everyone, 7-3s.